Yeah. Gee, Chris. Blah. Hey, little goofy dog. Oi. Bye. Good damn. Alright. Time to get a drink cracked and some tunes played, yeah? Do-do-do-do-do-do. Alright. Fucking hell, I cannot stop doing that yawning. Chilly. Why I gotta be all chill as fuck? What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, you're right. Why must there be the yawning? Can we not have that? Can we just not have that? Alright. Just want to like have this like wrapped up all around me. Because it'd feel a lot better, honestly. There we go. You know what? Yeah, I'll just use this. Ugh. Man. There we go. Just get the new suit on me. There we go. There. Now I at least have the hoodie kind of hugging around there too. It's like an extra layer on the neck. That's kind of a trick with scarves if you're wearing a hoodie. Have the scarf go like over the actual like hood part, so then you can kind of have that wrapped around your neck too, and you can still wear the hood if you want. So, works out. Once I get that all in one swell motion. Honestly, it was so, I find it funny how, at least earlier this morning, fucking goddamn Venom did not even bother going to sleep yet. I kind of had a feeling that he probably would actually be asleep when I streamed in the morning, or I guess this earlier this afternoon. But I guess not. Well, probably won't go on for too long, because we're going for pretty decent amount of time for this. Why am I fucking yawning so much? Can we not yawn? Can we stop doing that? Ah, fuck. But I did get some alcohol, so maybe honestly, frankly, we might be going off for a bit. I don't know. Probably not like super intensively. I kind of bought 3, thinking, if I want it. If not, I'll just have that third one for tomorrow, or for the next day or 2. So. This is my shot. I'm locked and loaded, and I won't miss. This is a big kill shot. Nice. Well, that felt pretty good. Yeah, honestly, today at work has been fucking odd, honestly. I always like to kind of have a little moment of bullshit with work and stuff. But oh my god, today was just a little annoying. Fucking cameras, man. Like, luckily, there was a lot of people that were actually pretty nice, considering that we were closing early and shit. And, oh my god, there were still some psycho bitch cunts that had this strong-ass sense of fucking entitlement. Like, I have... by this point, like, I have all my cases pulled and shit. Like, it's all closed down and stuff. I'm pretty much got, like, this small little chunk of shit left to mop, and that's it. This fucking bitch is like, hello. I'm just like, hello? You know, I have my earbuds in. I have my shit like this, so you can't see the earbuds. So I'm just like, hello? She's like, yeah, hi. And I just already knew that I'm dealing with somebody who's a little, rude and pushy. But it just got more than just that, though. It was just like, because she wanted, like, how come, y'all closed down now? You're just all kind of closed on your own time now? And I'm just like, no, we're just severely understaffed, so we haven't been able to stay open like we normally do with our winter hours. She's like, so you're not, like, staffed at all? And I'm just like, what? I'm like, no, we're understaffed. That's what I literally said that. And she's like, well, I count on you guys to be open. I'm just, so I can get, rotisserie chicken. I'm just like, and that's my problem, how? Like, legit. Like, how's that my issue? Because, all in all, like, if we're understaffed and we're unable to keep, the department open like we normally can, then we can't really do anything about it. And she was so fucking adamant about it. She was just like, well, where do you have, like, out, where it's, like any displays or anything? I'm like, yeah, I mean, right behind you. There should be, like, on the other side of this island, there should probably be some there. And she's like, no, I mean, like, rotisserie chicken stuff. And I'm just like, yeah, that. And if I mean, like, and she kept saying rotisserie chicken, so honestly, I thought she meant, like, a whole roasted chicken. And I'm like, yeah, we have those too. We still got, at least, like, 3 of those left. And nope. She just would not have anything. And then she came back after going to the island case to go see if we had some shit. And straight up fucking was just like, So you can just kind of, so y'all can just close whenever you want, huh? And, and just like, and just, and don't have anything. I'm just like, I mean, yeah, we just don't have anything anymore from today. I mean, we'll probably have it out for the cold for cold stuff for tomorrow, but just not for tonight. And yeah, we're just we closed early. It's like, so who's the manager? Like, who can I speak to, huh? And I'm just like, and by this point, one of the PICs was gonna grab our till anyway, and she already happened to be here by this point, and luckily was able to get her the fuck away from me. But I'm just like, that'll probably be one of the PICs. I mean, they're probably gonna be up front somewhere. And I looked over and just happened to see her there, and it's like, oh, well, there's one of them right there. And luckily she was able to get her away from me, because by that point where it's like, oh, I want to be the manager, I was about to say some shit. I was about to be like, look, ma'am, like, we are, heavily staff. We had like 2 people, gone within the course of, a week, just last week, and we, just do not, unfortunately, have the manpower to keep it up, including when it comes to production and when it comes to cooking. It's, it's like, it's pretty much just been me and like 2 other people who are the consistent closest now at this rate. And, obviously, we can't always, be constantly fucking working all the damn time and having like no days off. So it's like, we, like, we gotta do what we gotta do. And she just will not take any fucking answer and shit. And honestly, like, man, I knew I wasn't gonna exactly say it like that, so it was gonna be a lot more blunt and more aggressive, frankly. And it's just like, man, that would not have been good. Because she was really getting under my fucking skin. It's just like, lady, it's like, I mean, it's like, I mean, just try again tomorrow or something, or fuck, I mean, grab a whole chicken, like, I mean, because you can at least take the chunk, like, you can rip the pieces off that you want. Oh my god, it's like, some people, dude, it's like, it's one thing to be like, hey, I really wish, I really want this thing, and hey, it's closed, you can't, get it anymore. It's like, yeah, it's a bummer, but we're not the only fucking store that does this shit. And we're also, like, I mean, there's other, like, areas where you can get this stuff, too. That isn't just a store. But yeah, some people just are like, oh, they count on us specifically to be there for them. For them. It's like, not like, sorry, bruh, but no, it's not how it works. Like, therefore, when we're open and stuff, and, when we're able to serve shit, but if we're, like, running on skeleton crew status and shit, and having to, like, train, like, 2 or 3 people, too, on top of that, because we at least have someone, who just got hired, and someone's being cross-trained and shit, so it's, like, on top of all that shit, like, a store director that's incessant about fucking production. It's like, I mean, there's like exactly not much we could do. Like, we already have our fucking plate full. It's like, you can't just be, expected, to fucking just, like, get, exactly, what you're able to get. Like, we'll do what we can, but if we can't do anything, there's nothing we can do. But so many people, there are a lot of people out there that just cannot accept that for a fucking answer. Which is funny, because the person, like, not even 10 minutes before that bitch came up, was asking if we had sushi and if we had any salmon or anything. And I'm just like, unfortunately, our store doesn't carry any sushi. We used to. But the closest one would be, like, this other store that's like a 5-minute drive, down that way, basically. And at least for that, seafood department, and that lady was at least, oh, well, thank you. Being very nice and sweet, but it's just like, man, for every, like, 2 or 3 people that are like that, you either get, like, at least 2 or 3 other people that are just like, cool, thanks, and just go about their day, who are pretty much, like, stone cold, and then you'll get the motherfuckers who are basically just, like, an asshole, and are just like, bleh! It's like, how dare you not have the stuff that I want? It's like, But luckily, at least for most people, if you're at least kind of putting somewhat of an effort to be like, yeah, here, let me try to help you. But people are chill, luckily. At least around here, most people tend to at least be nice enough, you know, to be like, all right, you at least try to help me out. You know, I can at least appreciate that and go about their day. Luckily, most people are like that. But, man, there are, at least every day, a handful of motherfuckers that just want to try to growl your day up a little bit and just, like, you know, fuck it up just a little. And it's just like, ay. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't have been, like, it won't be, honestly, like, these type of people wouldn't be so bad if they just would accept the answer for what it is initially, even if they are, like, well, goddamn it, you know, whatever the fuck, like, alright, fine, you know, like, I get it. Like, I mean, because, honestly, there's times where, you know, like, I'll show up to a thing, and it's like they're totally out of something that I really want, and pretty much don't want anything else, and it's like, yeah, that sucks, and yeah, I ain't happy when that happens, but I just, you know, at least given those circumstances, you know what I do? I think of a different plan of what to get, you know, or go to a different place that at least is very likely to at least have what I want. I mean, but most people, or not necessarily most people, but at least there's some people out there that just don't give a fuck. They want it there, and they want it now, and they want it, you know, specifically from that place, and they want it at that time, and it's just like, I mean, there's even, like, times in the middle of the day when we're, like, totally open, our fires are open and shit, and sometimes it's, like, nothing cooking, and we'll be like, hey, you know, it's like, you know, stuff looks a little dry, you got any fresh stuff coming up? And it's like, no, but, you know, I could get some down. It would just take about, I don't know, like, between, like, 8-15 minutes, depending on what they want. And for some reason, it's like, that is unacceptable, but if it was already made before they even show up, like, we somehow, like, were able to telepathically, like, see that, you know, and be like, oh, yes, this person's gonna want some fresh stuff, you know, it's like, we could somehow know that information, like, and basically have it, like, you know, almost ready to go when they show up. But if you're like, oh, we don't have that down, but I could get it dropped for you, so it'll be ready in, like, 8 minutes. Like, if it's chicken tenders, it'd be, like, 8 to 9 minutes. That's usually what I tell people. And for most people, it's like, okay. And they usually just either sit there and wait, or they go shop a little bit and then come back. And if it's, like, fried chicken or some shit like that, that usually takes about, like, 15-something minutes, because it takes about, like, 13 minutes to fry, but it takes a little extra time to bread it up and everything. Like, if that shit... Oh my god, that, like, I mean, some people will just be like, ugh. Well, how dare you not have fresh stuff come down right now? It's like, bro, we've been busy, like, no, you know, I'm just like, no one has directly asked yet, you know, can I, you know, wait for some fresh stuff, because if so, then I would prioritize that and go back there, you know, to do that. But no one said anything, so I haven't. You know, but since you asked, I will, but you're kind of being a butt, so it's like... I'll just wait for the next person to do it. Which, honestly, it usually is the very next person's like, so, it takes like 15 minutes, you said? Yeah, it takes about 15 minutes to do fried chicken. Alright, I'll wait a little bit. Usually it's pretty much the very next person that, you know, asks, so I end up doing it anyway, but that's okay. What? You played around with your little ball, then you came back over here. You goof. You goofy baby. Yeah, you're a sweet boy. Yeah. Who's a good boy? Goofy little dog. We played around with that little Google ball for like 2 seconds and then ran over here to sit down on his chair. Had a little burst of like, I want to play with this. Now I don't. I want to sit over here and lay down and chill. Yeah. Man, the stresses of, like, you know, working at a fucking, you know, grocery store. I mean, it can be chill as fuck, honestly, and most of the time it tends to be. But goddamn, dude, like, man, like, when it does get stressful, it's fucking stressful. Like, when it does get stressful, it drains your ass like no other, and it's ridiculous. I mean, especially when you're in a staff, because at that point, especially if you have seniority, you think that'd garner, you know, some extra bonus points. No, that means you get fucked more. That basically means that, at least in a grocery store setting, at least in my sense, it means that, oh, you're reliable. That means that we'll just basically, you know, like, give you the brunt of the bullshit. So it's like, hey, it looks like, you know, you're working like 3 or 2 days. You want to come in and help? You know, it's like, hey, we need someone to come in for a couple hours. You'd basically be the numero uno to be called up. So that leaves, I mean, if we just at least had like one other closer, I would just, at this point, be like, no, I'm taking a break from this. Stop. But nope. It's like sometimes I don't mind it. Like I kind of don't right now because I kind of need the moolah. But I mean, all in all, I mean, it's just like it's fucking kind of literally backbreaking at times. I feel that right now, honestly. Ugh. I mean, honestly, all things considered, even though, like, my store director is so goddamn adamant about, you know, production and shit, at the very least, like, she's at least, you know, unlike the other store directors I've had, like, the last, like, 2, and the, you know, the one that I've had the longest, and the most, you know, recent one before that. Like, I mean, you know, she's at least, you know, trying to acclimate, you know, to these other issues, but it still feels just bare fucking minimal. And frankly, I mean, at least when it came to a lot of the bullshit of, like, you know, getting rope-a-doped into a department that you didn't even apply for and shit, like, luckily those people have been gone since our initial, store director left, or the first one I had for a long time. So that's at least good, because honestly there were a lot of complaints, you know, about that person, considering that's, like, there was so much of this, like, oh, well, you know, like, someone basically took this position that you initially applied for that, you know, we are 100% going to have an interview about, but now you're going to be in this department instead. And it's just like, what? It's like, that's not what was all arranged for. At least luckily for me, I ended up being in a department that I initially, you know, straight up applied for, but, I mean, there's times where I've been a rope-a-doped, you know, or at least attempted to be a rope-a-doped into other departments and shit, and I did for a little bit, at least once, years back. Like, probably 5 years ago now. But, like I said, at least luckily that ain't really a big issue. If anything, they kind of want other people to kind of, like, you know, be willing to, you know, change departments and stuff like that. Like, hey, if you want to, please, yeah, you know, because we need people. At least they're not forcing it, but they're at least being like, hey, if you want to, just let us know. We'll get it set up and shit. So at least now they're being, at least the store director and shit and management's at least being communicative with that stuff. But that doesn't mean that they ain't being fuckity for other shit. Because they for sure are. And getting sick of their shit. I mean, I've been getting sick of their shit, honestly. But, I mean, all in all, there definitely needs to get a couple people together to get the rep actually down at the store and kind of, like, you know, do some little investigative work. Don't realize it's you at last. Daddy left again today. Brother steals and mommy lies. Future lost before their eyes. Songs are Blacked it out. As the rain fell to dedicated and washed our hopes away. One community post by the Demon Mama. Oh shit, nice. She went out to the shooting range. Dude, fuck yeah. Little pistol. Oh, fuck yeah. Mosin and Gaunt. No, just Demon Mama chilling. Demon Mama and the homies. Going out to the range day with some lefty homies and shit. Dude, fuck yeah, bro. That's some cool shit. That's some good shit right there. I say so myself. That is a fucking sexy Mosin and Gaunt. That is a beautiful Mosin. Beautiful, beautiful Mosin. That is a pristine condition. Oh, I mean, I could recognize it just off the fucking iron sights and that fucking bolt. Pretty much, sniper variant Mosin and Gaunts have a curved bolt, but pretty much any Mosin has that straight bolt where it's like, where it kind of has like that, it sticks straight up when you pull it. It's kind of the only negative about the Mosin, because when you have, you know, when you shoot and pull the bolt, it's straight up and it's blocking your sight picture like entirely. I mean, so it's the only downgrade to it. And honestly, bolt action rifles, at least for me personally, straight pull is my favorite. Because straight pull, there's a mechanism in the bolt where you just pull it back and it does the whole cycling part with just a straight pull instead. Those bolt actions are fucking beautiful. And there's various different types. There's like German, Swiss, Austrian, you know, it's all sorts of different rifles, bolt action that have that type of mechanism. Not a lot of them are out there, but the ones that are, oh my god, they're so fucking beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful rifles. But bolt actions tend to be very beautiful rifles in general anyway. The granddaddies and the grandmas of the fucking gun world right there. But then you got the ancients, like Homo erectus of the gun world, where you got like flintlocks and like fucking muzzle brake, you know, like fucking like muzzle loaders and shit. Actually, that would be the, it would actually be the, wheel lock, the wheel lock rifles, because, or I think they're called wheel lock. But basically, it had like a candlestick, or like a candle rope, that used like candles. They would use that, stick it on this little like piece that would essentially what would be now the primer, where you would like shoot and the hammer hits the primer. That mechanism, what eventually became that, was actually straight up just like a clamp where you would hold this like little like a candle hemp rope thing, and it would have like a little, you know, cherry at the end of it basically. And essentially the idea is that obviously when you pull the trigger, it, you know, lowers the hammer down where that little cherry is. And the idea is that there's a hole where, you know, the beginning of the, you know, at the bottom of the barrel, and where your bullet and all that gunpowder and the black powder is, right? That cherry goes right in that hole. It's a very simplistic as fuck design, and it was like, that's actually the Homo erectus of firearms right there. Those fucking things. Because they're so ridiculous and frankly dangerous as shit. Because it's like, you're just holding on to it, and that, like, a little bit of that cherry falls into that hole somehow, like, you know, accidentally shot your buddy's leg off. Oops. Jordan Peterson's new drip. Jordan Peterson got drip? What? What, has he got drip now? What the fuck? Yo, Jordan Peterson, you got some drip now. What the? Dude, he's wearing skinny jeans? Is he having an identity crisis? Hold up, we gotta enhance that. Oh my god, dude, dude, those shoes are huge. For his skinny ass little pencil legs, dude, he has huge ass fucking feet, dude. Damn, bro. He's got some skinny legs. Do you fucking work out? Like, at all? Oh my god, bro. Like, dude, You know, I am gonna say, dude, this is some drip. What the fuck? I mean, those jeans, or those, like, slack pants right there, those are way too tight. Those are, like, some, like, skinny jean status right there. But that blazer, though, that jacket is fucking, like, that's a fit right there, dude. What the fuck? Jordan Peterson, how in the fuck did you, like, start rocking some drip, dude? What the hell? Bruh. Since when did that happen? When did this, like, identity crisis Jordan Peterson arc begin? What the fuck? See, like, how in the fuck did Jordan Peterson get a respect point right now?
He's getting a hair transplant. Okay, that's besides the point. And then he's gonna get a fucking hair transplant. Nobody goes to Turkey for any other reason nowadays.
Wait, he's in Turkey now? Wait, Jordan Peterson is visiting Turkey? Why is he, oh, and there is Erdogan, I guess there's all, yeah, I don't know.
His ass is going to Turkey. He's a hair transplant. Anyway, let's get to Two-Face. This anime villain looking ass motherfucker. I'll be honest with you, I think the drip is not that bad. This tie, on the other hand, is ridiculous. But this, it's alright.
It's not a bad looking tie.
But I gotta hand it to him. That suit doesn't look as bad as people are claiming it is. Oh no! What the fuck? Okay.
Dude, yo, hold the fuck up. Enhance. Dude, hold up. Can we, like, enhance the quality here? Yeah, let's get, like, at least, let's get that going on here. You know, hold up, let's do this. Go back 5 secs, go forward 5 secs. Or just let play, I guess.
As bad as people are claiming it is. Oh no! What the fuck?
Okay, like, what in the fuck? Yo, dude, he's got, like, fire and ice. Like, dude, what the fuck? My boy Jordan Peterson got some drip. What the fuck? I'm honestly kind of, like, flabbergasted a little bit, honestly. Dude, what is that tie? Dude, clouds and fire? Is it... Oh, you know what? Oh, shit. I think I know what's going on here. Dude, this drip is some commentary. I think I'm... Dude, oh, dude. I think I might be tapping into the Jordan Peterson brain a little bit here. I think... It's just a guess. I think this is meant to be like a suit symbolic of, like, heaven and hell. Fires of heaven, the clouds, and like, because the tie is red and blue and cloudy, kind of like the interior of the drip that he's wearing here. Dude, he's, like, trying to, like, make a statement with his drip, but make it very subtle at the same time. Yo, what the fuck? Well, I'm pretty sure Rose is on. I got it. Dude, he needs to see this. Hold up. I gotta share this with him, like, right now. Where are you, Rose? I know Venom's, like, passed out of sleep. There we go. I think I sent it. Alright, yeah, I got sent. It's somehow sent, like, twice. Whatever. Dude, this is just... I'm honestly kind of flabbergasted.
Damn it, I spoke too soon. Now, I spoke too soon. I spoke too fucking soon. What the hell is he doing?
And why is Jordan Peterson, like... We might just have to have total enhancement with this, dude. Dude, Jordan Peterson's... Dude, leave it to me to be like, yo, he's looking a little sexy right now. He's got, like, that old man suave, like, you know, I'm kind of, you know, flexing a little bit charm right now. Like, what in the fuck, dude? Like, he's kind of... Dude, like, this is kind of like a confident, you know, not insecure, weird, like... existential crisis Jordan Peterson. Like, he's like this freeze frame of him has got him, like, smiling, looking like he's having a good time, fucking got the fucking blazer out, being like, what's up, dude? I'm actually kind of happy that he's kind of having a good time, surprisingly, because of how much he cries and has, like, existential crisis all the time. Like, this dude is not mentally well, you know? So it's like, I mean, to kind of see him genuinely smiling and kind of, like, you know, having a little suave a little bit, it's like, you know, I mean, I kind of, I don't know, I kind of, you know, like, give him that. I'll give him one thing. You know, it's once, you know, I'll give him one. And this is gonna be it. This is literally the one. This, you know, it's like, just let him have it. You know, I'll let him have a one moment, and this will be that moment.
Is this a heaven and hell analogy? Stop.
Yes, it is. Oh, Hassan, even dude, Hassan is picking up on it. If he's picking up on it, then I know for a fact that's what he's doing. That is exactly what he's doing, my guy. 100%, dude. Like, holy shit, dude. If Hassan is, you know, noticing that, then I feel validated. I feel vindicated with that opinion. Like, dude, he absolutely is. I thought it was like fire and ice initially, but then I started to, you know, focus on that tie. It really, like, you know, check that out. And when I saw the clouds, I immediately think, oh, wait a minute. No, it's like some heaven hell analogy shit. That's what he's doing, dude. It's somehow fucking, like, making it work. Like, he's working it a little bit. Like, he's kind of like, hey, dude, it's like, what the fuck, my guy? Man, like, you know, like, I mean, like I said, you know, I'll let Jordan Peterson have his moment, you know? Like, I'll let him have his moment.
Dude, no fucking way he did this.
He did, dude.
The story of the... Is it indecision that made you do this?
No, it was someone made this for me.
Someone made it for him? So that's like a custom piece. That's like a one-of-a-kind thing. Dude, no wonder he's kind of flexing it a little bit. Like, someone personally made it for him. Aww. Someone made it for him. And you know what? It actually looks pretty good. Like, that's a nice-looking jacket. I will give him that. That is a nice-looking jacket. I'd wear something like that. I'd fucking wear that jacket. That looks pretty dope, honestly. That's a nice-looking blazer right there.
GFG, they made me 12 suits, one for each rule. And this one is...
Oh my god, no way, hold up, no, wait, there's like some symbology of his 12 rules for life in there, inside the jacket? Oh, bro, okay, never mind, I don't know if I would wear that particular jacket, oh man, wow, oh, okay, oh god, what the fuck, bro.
12 suits, one for each rule.
Heaven and hell. And this...
It is a heaven and hell analogy. It is. Jordan Peterson said it, so it is. It outright is.
Wool from a sheep, and this is wool from a goat, of course.
What the fuck? Wait, hold up. So half of the jacket is made from sheep's wool, and the other is made from goat fur, basically, or like, dude, you know, honestly, like, I have to kind of respect that a little bit. That's actually pretty cool on its own. But man, dude, like the whole like symbology shit is just way too much. It's just way too fucking much. Oh my god, dude. Wow. Just wow, bro. This is truly something.
That's my God Judge's suit.
The God Judge's suit? I don't know who that was, but they need to never speak again. Bros, get the fuck in here. God, look at this shit, dude.
Oh.
Wait, what? What is that?
What is this? What is he?
Can I even
What
do
is
that?
that pose, bro?
Can I
What
even?
is that pose? What is he doing? He's like...
I get, like...
I don't know.
I know what I'm doing. Hell yeah, I'm gonna look like I'm holding a drink.
Like, I don't fucking know. I'm seeing the zoomer right here. The fucking young kid right here throwing up the peace sign. I think I'm gonna do that too.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What is this? I didn't even realize the song could get that high. Holy shit. I mean, that drip, though, is just, like, ridiculous, though. Is there more of it? That's it. It's just, you know, mostly just, I guess, right up in here. Dude, like, I can't get over the fact that he's just kind of, like, confidently flexing that, dude. It's, like, you know, like, it's, like, one of those things where, I'll let him have his moment, like, his one little moment. Because, honestly, this is, like, not a bad-looking jacket and shit, all in all. I mean, but, like, oh my god, it's just ridiculous, though.
And this company called LGFG, they made me 12 suits, one for each rule.
Oh, wait, they made 12 suits. Okay, so that's what he said. So he made 12 different suits for each. Oh, my god. Okay. Okay, so I misheard earlier. I thought that there's, like, 12 different, like, something inside the jacket. No, okay, so it's just 12 different suits for each rule. So what's this one meant to symbolize? Which rule is this meant to be?
Heaven and hell.
They made 12 suits, one for each
So
rule.
that's heaven and hell. And this, by the way, is wool from a sheep. And this is wool from a goat, of course.
Yes. I'm very happy and confident and love this jacket. Beer's Batman. We'll see who cancels who. Why is he dressing like this? Dude, I mean, like, what is that meant to be? Oh, that's just his weird-ass symbol that he has, this little icon thing. I mean, dude, his legs are fucking twigs, bro, and his feet are huge. Like, the pants are no-no, but literally everything up here, like, honestly, just this right here, like, the jacket itself, and, like, like, right there, right, like, honestly, like, right here, let's just do right there. Because now we don't necessarily, you know, because then, you know, that jaw, face, you know, mouth, like, that, you know, that could pretty much be anybody at this point, you know. But right here, dude, that right there is some, I mean, I guess take away that weird-ass fucking Jordan Peterson logo thing, you know, but whatever. That as well. But, that aside, that right there's some drip. I mean, I will admit, this is some drip. Like, this is a cool looking fucking jacket. Like, I mean, I will admit, it's a pretty dope looking jacket. I like it. I mean, does it fit him? No, I mean, obviously he likes it. I mean, he's feeling confident and flexing it out a little. You know, like, it's... I mean, he actually, like, does not look bad in it. I will give him that. But, you know, like, I always kind of have, like, this little baby rule in my mind where it's like I give everyone, like, one little moment in the sun. And I feel like this is Jordan Peterson's right here. You know, coming out with the drip. Like, you know, flexing some drip out. You know what I mean? Like, I think this is that for me. You know, I'll let him have this moment where he's like, alright, ain't looking that bad. I'd probably change the pants and stuff a little bit. Like, make it longer so your skinny-ass ankles aren't showing. And not make them tight and skinny on you because you like, my guy, where are your legs? Are these toothpicks or are these legs? Because they so, oh my god, dude, he's packing a dumper back there, dude. There's like a perfect round ass back there. What the fuck? What the fuck? There's some details about Jordan Peterson I don't want to know, but these pants are making me find out. What the fuck? Yes, is he like having a baby dumper back there? Is there like a little dumper going on back there? What the fuck? Or is it just a chair that he's in, just compressing all of it and making it smush up against him? Is that what's going? Please just let it be the latter, because if it's the former, I'm gonna be even more perplexed. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? It's like Dr. Jordan Peterson is suddenly gonna become Daddy Peterson with a fucking dumper like that. It's like, what the fuck? Oh my god, never let me utter those words in that phrasing ever again. Never let me do that again. I just like processed that for a second after way too long of realizing I said that. And don't let me say that again. Just please. Ugh. Money doesn't matter, rich people. Looks don't matter, attractive people. Thirsty dog. True. The dog is absolutely right. We always know because Zukov, expresses those words many a times. At least like once a stream. He is actually quite asleep right now. And it's adorable. Aw, he's so cute. He's just a little baby ball. Why must he be so cute? Why must his pooch be cute? Oh, he got up. He has arisen. The boy has arisen. What the hell was that? What are you doing? What are you trying to do, bro? Well, I guess now you're getting a little scritch. A little scritchy scratch. He's so goofy. Look at you. Yeah, oh my god, look at that face. Hi. Yeah, bring that little face back, eh? Yeah, look at that little face. Oh. What a goof. What just a goofy boy. Here. Yeah, let's see what other little fun things could be potential on too, but and honestly, considering that it's natural gas going on there, I will say I am very happy with my city of Milwaukee because we banned natural gas from being built in buildings from here on out in 2023. It didn't phase it out. Natural gas buildings from here on out are going to happen in 2024 moving forward. Ow! Which means that basically, buildings, that are being constructed that are going to be, completed, and all that type of shit by 2023 and stuff, are not going to be powered or fueled by natural gas, or at least in the buildings and shit. And then, at least in 2024, moving forward, buildings that already exist that still have natural gas powering them and fueling them and shit, like ours, will eventually be retrofitted and be upgraded, basically. So a lot of these things will eventually get replaced, with different alternative forms of energy consumption, which then includes things like grants and subsidies and and obviously I'm assuming pretty much the equivalent of like a stimulus to compensate for the replacement and all that type of shit. So it's cool stuff. I haven't seen all the specific details of it quite yet because I'm assuming they haven't fledged out all the specifics out quite yet, but it's basically just like, I guess, like one of the last few things Mark Gamba has done as mayor before moving up into the state senate. So there's no reason why that guy's fucking badass. What I agree, disagree isn't always best course of action. I hate puppies. I hate this guy. Why is there so much hate on both sides? I mean, I'm with this guy personally. Yeah, I hate this guy because he hates puppies. So fuck that guy. I'm with this guy. I'm with the green shirt guy. And fuck you too. Fuck you too, centrist, both sideism, fucking freakaloid. I'm so sorry, it's not agreeing to disagree when people are like, sky's green, no motherfucker it ain't. Yeah, no shit. Or being like, oh, hey, using like, the same thing at, in different means or forms, you know, as your opponent, you know, it's just, you know, like, basically, like, the same thing. It's like, come on now. It's like, no, it ain't. It's basically being like, oh, hey, that side wants to kill you, and you're like, hey, maybe we should defend ourselves. Like, come on, don't stoop down to their level. Why you gotta be like them? Why the both sides thing here? Come on now. And it's like, oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? It's like, what? Like when someone says shit like Jews control everything or healthcare for all will never work, there's no validating is the fact they're wrong. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Or like, hey, we should eradicate trans people, you know, to even more extreme case. It's like, no, there's no validating that, and if anything, fighting against that any means possible is probably a far better outcome than just like, you know, just hoping that, you know, politicians or law, you know, can help fix the problems and shit over time and just have a civil conversation with them and just expect the best out of it. It's just like, it's like, nah, that doesn't always work. If opposing sides were reasonable, you know, when it came to a lot of various different issues, it probably would be the case. Then sure, that would work. But they ain't. So that's the problem. Dealing with irrational type of people, and that's, you know, it's just like, it hardly works. I mean, it barely works in the first place just for regular affairs, let alone anything else. Because on a general level, bureaucracy and fucking, you know, the lack of funds or, you know, funds being misplaced or some other corrupt bullshit, you know, tends to get in the way far more than anything else. So it's why, you know, more direct community, you know, action and direct community, you know, defense too, on top of that, you know, combined with it, you know, is, you know, broadly a better idea and probably would lead to, honestly, better outcomes. Because, I mean, the government sure as shit, you know, at least on a federal level, sure as shit don't give a fuck about the average person, especially if you're marginalized. And the local, you know, government, depending on where you live, sure as shit ain't give a fuck about you. And even if they at least do have, you know, laws or protections in place for someone like that might be marginalized, it's only giving a fuck of you at the bare minimum. They don't really care exactly, you know, about like your direct outcomes. They just give a bare minimum so you're at least not totally fucked. But at the end of the day, they don't really give that much of a shit either. It's just what lines their fucking pockets is what matters. I think it's how hard to convince civils to change their minds and realize changing conservative minds 1,000 times harder. I mean, for real. I mean, because it is.
Never have to deal with it. Racially asked women again, speaks up.
Big 21. Wait, what's this? What? Wait, oh my god. What is all this? Well, let's see here. Let me try to read this. When one door closes and the other door opens, you're probably in prison. To me, drinking responsibly means don't spill it. 8:60 might be the new 40, but 9 p.m. is the new midnight. The start of a brand new day, and I'm off like a herd of turtles. The older I get, the earlier it gets late. When I say the other day, I would be referring to any time between yesterday and 15 years ago. I remember being able to get up without making sound effects. Patients tested, I'm negative. Remember, if you lose sock and dryer, it comes back as a Tupperware lid that doesn't fit in any of your containers. If you're just sitting above against a stranger takes a seat next to you, you just stare ahead and say, "Did you bring the money?" You know what? I actually want to try that. And when he asks me what I'm doing today and say nothing, it doesn't mean I'm free. It means I'm doing nothing. I finally got 8 hours of sleep. It took me 3 days, but whatever. I feel like that's me, mainly because of work. I run like the wind did. I hate being a couple argues in public. I miss beginning and don't know whose side I'm on. when someone asks what I did over the weekend, I was going to ask, why? What did you hear? When you do squad sturdies, it's supposed to sound like a goat chewing on aluminum cans stuffed with celery. I don't mean to interrupt people, but I remember things when I get really excited. When I do ask for directions, please don't use the words like east. Don't bother walking a mile in my shoes. That would be boring. Spent 30 seconds in my head. I'll freak you right out. Okay, honestly, that might be me. I feel like that's me. Sometimes someone unexpected. Not that, like, walking in my shoes would necessarily be boring, but my head would be more freaky than the miles I've walked. Sometimes someone unexpected comes into your life out of nowhere, making your heart race and changes you forever. We call those people cops. That is also me. My luck is with a bald guy who just want to comb. Which one is your favorite? Okay, so which one's the favorite? Probably, like 19 or 20. 19 or 20. There are literally only a group of people you can represent evidence to directly refute any belief of theirs, and you just go, nah. Okay, that actually kind of freaked me out, Jesus Christ.
I got your interest perk.
He's a sleepy boy, he ain't interested right now. Yeah, I guess out of all those, from 1 to 20, aw, he went, Urgh. Yeah, he's a sleepy boy. But yeah, all these, it'll definitely be 19 to 20, for sure. Those ones are definitely my favorite. But yeah, at least when it comes to, like, you know, especially when it comes to a lot of these far-right types and shit, yeah, it's just like, you can literally give them every point of, like, actual objective reality, and the, you know, when it comes to, like, the facts, you know, when it comes to science or medicinal science and shit, and just like, nah. Or even, like, things like environmental science, or just, like, you know, sociological, like, you know, impacts, or, you know, outcomes, or fucking, you know, like, just kind of, like, basic economic outcomes, and all this other shit. But it's just like, no, it's, you know, it's just like, it's the queers, it's the Jews, it's this and that, it's the immigrants that are coming over the border. Which is, just, we believe in the Bible. I mean, a book that's been edited numerous times. Yep, that thing. Yeah, the one, yeah, like, because there's so many different versions. There's literally also one called the New King James Version, like the one literally named after King James. Kind of reminds me, I know there's like some Christian tactics, might as well look at some, with the help of 2G, JT, TJ.
I have no idea if these are. I have no idea what kind of Christians these are. I don't know if
Well, they're gonna be kind of sad.
we're looking
Probably.
at like these like soft marshmallowy. You know.
Oh, as a random aside, there's like one of these Tic Tacs that I was like commenting because I was on a break chatting around at this point, and one of them pops up, and someone straight up thought I was like, "Whoa, are you doing a stereotype, bro?" And I'm just like, "Huh?" But you'll see what I mean when it pops up. It'll be a minute, but it'll show up.
I don't know if we're looking at hard line, you know, Bible thumping, you know, Bible Belt Christians. I don't know what variety of Christian we're looking at today. So we're gonna see. I have not looked at any of these. I just clicked Christian TikTok compilations, and then I found the one that was the most recent that I could find, and this is it. So let's see what's going on. Realizing you need to take down your videos that have the Jira remix. Jira? I'm already lost. I have no idea who Jira is.
Who?
The culture war is the only thing they can do. Their policies suck economically. Also, here's my money, enjoy. That's $19.99 from Auntie Auntie. Thank you very much.
The Jera remix, okay.
I don't know what that meant. I don't know what that meant. What is Jira? Hold up, Jira remix. We gotta fit. We already have some research to do. I don't know.
I don't know what it is either, to be frank. I'm assuming, if I had to take a random guess, there was maybe something that Christians thought was satanic imagery, so they're just like, no, we can't have this Satanism. That's not allowed now.
I don't know why it's offensive. I'm not finding any answers on Google, so already it's kind of like.
Hey, maybe put on gloves. Your hands are shaking.
Some better.
It's because I'm probably rattling my. Yeah, it's my leg, because I'm bouncing my leg like TJ does sometimes. Because I'm one of those people. It was a second ago. I'm also. I mean, I know they're probably in the house. I mean, it's like, eh. I mean, I would have them on, but it's also a little warmer than it has been. I'm actually kind of a little warm right now. My hands are kind of maybe a little nippy, but it's literally just my hands that are nippy.
That first one's a bust.
I'm a member of the Lake Shake clan.
When you just finish pouring your entire
somebody's-
heart out to God, and you know how, and you know you good now.
Yep, you good because you just pour your heart out to God. You know, just like, oh, let me pour my heart out to God. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, was I having a mental crisis earlier? Yeah, but I pour my heart out to God, so I'm good. Oh, yeah. Am I still having an existential crisis eternally? Probably, but hey, I'm good. I didn't even make it 2 full hours for my walk. Goes 31 fucking degrees out. Ugh. Where'd the sound go? Just got a person dancing?
You just pour your heart out to God, and you all good now. Just like, God.
Yep. God, forgive me my sins. You're the Almighty. You're the true King and the true Lord. Amen. Boom. All Gucci. All Gucci, fam.
People, I raped all those women. I killed all those. I killed that entire race. I did a genocide. It was horrible, God. But you know, now that I've talked to you about it, I feel a whole lot better.
That's
Pretty
right.
Sure that's not how that works. Well, I mean, I'm 100% sure that's not how it works, because there is no God. And you know, you might feel a catharsis in just saying your shit out loud, and I guess petitioning the universe or whatever the fuck. But yeah, nothing's actually changed.
Yeah, definitely not.
Oh yeah, you have to dance too. That's right. The best place to be vulnerable. A public place where you're just laying on the floor.
Yeah, just laying on the floor, just like, what's going on here?
Yeah. I don't know about that. I'd rather be vulnerable.
In the
privacy of my own home. Like in my bed or something.
Now, honestly, I know exactly where this is. It's a fucking church. Like one of these mega churches, I can already tell. Because I can already just, because of like the church, like, you know, just like that stuff's going on.
Sounds like a bong.
I feel like I want to be loved and
Is we're singing
alone.
words here, or is this like one of these like speaking in tongues things?
I think it's speaking in tongues thing. My dog is like, what the fuck was that? He's looking around like, what the hell?
Oh, Debo. Oh, This is terrible music.
You're being saved, TJ. You're being saved by the Lord with this music. Jesus is, you know, flowing through you with this music, sir. That's literally the idea of music like this, by the way, is essentially like, you know, like the music is supposed to like have like God and the angels in heaven and like, you know, all the euphoria of that, you know, flow through you and all this other shit. Like, which, I mean, music can be euphoric and shit for sure, but like, I mean, but that's kind of the point. They're using music as a way to kind of let your guard down and, well, be vulnerable essentially, and, you know, and be kind of more malleable to their doctrine essentially. It's kind of the idea.
Oh Lord, I finally understood a word he said.
Oh
He said,
Lord.
oh Lord. Oh Lord, time.
That's why I think it's in tongues, because he is saying, like, I do hear like one or two words in the middle of some of the tongue speak. Like he said, oh Lord, like it's just kind of like singing in tongues, which is different than just straight up preaching in tongues, which, you know, it like in a way, tongues is like its own language, but it's not like a real language. There's no actual, like, you know, vocabulary to it. There's nothing really to it. I mean, but there is at least kind of a cadence to it, though. And the cadence is, like, you know, mainly differentiated when it comes to, like, praying / preaching, and also when it comes to singing, when it comes to song. And, you know, and obviously when it comes to a song, it's in the cadence to the song and the rhythm. And when it comes to preaching or praying, it's in the cadence to, you know, the emotion and the essentially like the energy of, you know, the room, and, you know, there's other things that play a role to it, and there's not really like a cohesive beat to it. So like if you're, you know, someone's praying, they could be like, like they could just be going really intense with it, you know, just going all over the place, or it kind of almost sounds like they're rumming up like an engine, if anything. But, I mean, and also at the same time, it literally is different with everybody. Like, everyone, you know, at least when it comes to this, you know, does it differently. And, you know, that's why it's not really a language, so it acts kind of like one, in a way. It's really a pseudo-language. It's like, there's no actual word, vocabulary, or any meaning to it outside of, like, basically being, like, God speak, essentially. Like, I mean, it's essentially, like, only God can understand, you know, what you're saying. That's the whole idea, basically. So, I mean, basically, it's just gibberish with, like, a sense of order, basically. If there is some. I mean, having some order to it is not really, you know, the, you know, necessity, because obviously if you're praying or going in a mass preach, like if you're going to, like, if you see some of these Pentecostal churches or some of these, like, really heavy, you know, hardcore Dominion churches and shit, there's, you know, sometimes in a lot of ways a lot of chaos, and, you know, when it comes to that type of shit. But I mean, at least when it comes to the pastor side of things, I mean, it's a show and it's an act. So, I mean, that's kind of why, you know, I say there's at least a sense of orderliness to it, because it's a part of the show. So, I mean, that's kind of why it is. At least when it comes to the pastor and the people that run the church. When it comes to individuals doing it, that's, you know, where the whole, like, order sense, you know, kind of goes out the window. Because they think they're genuinely doing it, like, and, you know, and they're pretty much, you know, been succumbed, you know, by the Lord and all this other shit. And yes, these are truly things that these people believe. Like I said, and this kind of a little perk about, if you could call it that, about growing up, you know, in some of these, you know, environments and some of these spaces. And, you know, because it's seeing it too firsthand, like, you know, so you know, this is legitimately shit Christians believe. Like, I'm not bullshitting with it. Like, it sounds kind of weird, but it's something they genuinely believe. Like, if I were to kind of, you know, have this talk in a more Christian-friendly manner with, you know, like some of my family members in Texas or my mom, they would kind of agree with me a little bit. You know, it's like legit. Like, I mean, I know they would. Like, I know, because I know how they, you know, think about these things. And I know how Christians in general, especially a lot of Dominionists and shit, think about these things, including shit like this. And, you know, especially if you already believe in this type of stuff, or you're at least open to the idea, it does, you know, kind of make you a lot more vulnerable to that type of doctrine, like I said. I mean, obviously, if you are, pretty much like an atheist or, finally, against it, recognize the bullshit, I mean, it's kind of hard to kind of get, vulnerable from it. If anything, obviously, like TJ, you can make a mockery of it. Or at least he just has a little bit of study, like I am here. Because it's kind of important to point out, because it kind of delves into a lot of the psychology of how Christians think and how they, view these things. And and obviously it's not rational, but nonetheless, it's a lot of what they think and how they feel and what they believe, or at least how they rationalize it. Here, check this really quick before we get back into it. Fanta, some surprise facts about cats. Oh, wait. What? Huh? Is this Greek? Is that Cyrillic? This is a fat fucking cat, by the way. This is a fat ass chungus of a cat. What a chungus.
We done? Okay. We're back to this.
Well, hold on. What do you say? I kind of want to hear what the pastor's saying, because the very few words that he is saying kind of gets a hint of what maybe either trying to sing about.
We done? Okay. We're back to the...
And I want to be done? I want it to be done? I think. Because the shepherd, and then he kind of went into tongue speak, the papala or something like that, which that's just tongue speak. So it's hard to decipher it. See, that's kind of the other thing. Like, I mean, also, there's kind of another thing of this, because this guy's the pastor. Like, what he's doing is, the act and the order of it, being orderly with it. But, like, in a way, it's like, I mean, the song, I know, what they're saying, because there's all sorts of these Christian gospel songs and shit. I mean, he's looking at lyrics, and shit. But, so obviously, people can kind of infer the lyrics, despite the tongue speak and shit. But it's basically meant, like, whatever the song is essentially, especially considering the moment, is meant to be kind of like a moment of vulnerability and opportunity to essentially really succumb yourself and essentially enlope yourself further into the doctrine and shit, and into the ideology, and basically closer to God. And that's kind of really what the idea is.
Can we get, are we done? Can we get done? This is enough?
No.
Better than Manson? Shut up, dude. No.
Better than Manson? Oh my god, I would literally listen to fucking, what's it called? Like, any of his songs, even his, like, the worst songs of Marilyn Manson are better than this. Dude, who the fuck said that?
No.
No. Prepare me for something.
Okay, good. The end. The end.
Well, he said Allah, but I mean, that's just, Arabic for God, so. I mean, I guess maybe the tongue speak actually might be Arabic. Maybe he's partially speaking Arabic. I mean, maybe he's just doing all three. Because honestly, like, I mean, I've seen, like, kind of enough of, like, different, like, things out there, like, where I can kind of get a gist about, like, what Arabic sounds like. And honestly, there's definitely times where he's doing straight tongue speak. I mean, and so I think he's doing all three. I mean, because this might be a church in Africa, maybe, so that's probably might explain why he's speaking in English and then a little Arabic and tongue speak at the same time. Like, there's, so there's, like, a trifecta of shit going on here to really kind of add this sense of, like, diverse language, of, that is, like, holy of God. It's, like, it really kind of adds this sense, to the whole environment that he's trying to establish. It's honestly kind of fucking clever.
I mean, I feel like I'm gonna burst into flames right now.
I mean, honestly, what is this background? It looks like an acid trip in the background. Oh my god.
Oh my god, how much longer is this shit? Is it over? It's over. Okay, cool.
You could not hang.
Verse of the day. If we endure, we shall...
Hold up. Where's it from? If we should... There's always extra context with these verses whenever they do this shit. God damn it, I do have one. Whenever I like to see Bible verses, I always like to kind of cross-reference and see what other shit they might be hiding in between those. Alright, oh my god, why is it all the way back there? Wait, where are you? Oh my fucking god, I'm close at least. Alright, so... oh my god, okay. Okay, you're at least a very short thing. Timothy 2, or 2 Timothy, or whatever the fuck. 2 Corinthians, let me just tell you, tremendous. At least it's very short. Chapter 2, okay, right there. 12, okay. There. Okay, so it's a second sentence of a paragraph. So we'll just go to the beginning, which should be the first 11. I'm confused by this truth that when we suffer and die for Christ, this only means that we'll begin to live with him in heaven. And if we think, sounds like, wow, right off the bat, like honestly, oh wait, no, not confused, comforted. Goddamn, never mind. I thought, honestly, I was like, like it kind of has like a initial thought of like, conflict with it, but no, it's like kind of reaffirmed by the following. No, never mind. It's just like constant reaffirmation. I'm comforted by this truth that when we suffer and die for Christ, it'll only meet. Dude, this whole like self-suffering guilt trip bullshit, and dude, it really is like for the Old and the New Testament, and this is like well into the New Testament. Like this is like at the very fucking end here. Like I'm pretty sure after this, it's Hebrews basically. I think Timothy, or no, it's Titus, Philemon. And then Hebrews, and after that, I think it's Revelation. No, there's like a few more. Okay, there's actually quite a bit more before Revelations. Alright, never mind. Anyway, but it's there, it's kind of, it's near that end of things. But anyway, so here's verse 12, at least the Living Bible version. So, not the New King James Version like this one's propped up as. Actually, we'll read that one first. If we endure, we shall also reign with him. If we deny him, he will also will deny. So here's this version of it, and actually it's a longer version of this. And if we think that our present service for him is hard, just remember that someday we're going to sit with him and rule with him. But if we give up when we suffer and turn against Christ, then he must turn against us. So he must. Oh, so just because we suffer and they're like, you know what, fuck you, God, you're not helping me. And he's like, oh, well, now I will be against you. It's like, so now you're just going to suffer further because it's like, I love how, like, Christians, at least, a lot of them will be like, oh, well, that's from the Old Testament when you talk about, like, Sodom and Gomorrah and, like, Noah's Ark and where God basically did mass death and shit and the plagues and all sort of stuff. It's like, well, even in the New Testament, he ain't really much that different. So here, we'll go finish the rest of this paragraph, which is just one more verse. Even when we are too weak to have any faith left, he remains faithful to us and will help us. Sure. For he cannot disown us or a part of himself, and will always carry out his promises to us. So, yeah, that's kind of where that little verse today is trying to, so it's on, I guess it's not exactly hiding, anything else with it.
him. If we deny him, he will also deny us. What a douche. So,
Yeah, honestly, if anything, that just kind of made me think that God, even, Old and New Testament, aren't really that much different from each other and are douches.
Rick, real petty piece of garbage.
Alright, let's get ready for dinner. You to wash these dishes.
Okay,
Oh.
cool.
What's the problem?
Oh, that's
it's
God.
that,
Just so
I
you
need to
know,
wash the
she disappeared. So I don't know if you know this. This is the same girl playing both roles. You guys, look. She's playing the girl that needs to wash dishes, but also God.
Yeah.
So, really, it's pretty accurate because when Christians talk to God, they are talking to themselves. So, yeah, that makes sense.
That's
Very
true.
Powerful message.
Powerful.
Get ready for dinner. You to wash these dishes. Oh. What's the problem?
What's the problem? I'm God.
Oh, it's just that I need to wash the dishes so I can.
Can you please unban me in chat? I'm a good person. I want to participate. Thanks. You're an absolute king. I don't know who you are. And
I mean, honestly, it would have helped if you put your username in that message, so maybe Tisha could have at least better, deal with that there, buddy. Let's do this, because I'm just going to talk to him.
if you write me on fucking Instagram
Believe him, he'll see us through the hardest times, like that one girl. I think her name was Joan of Arc. And honestly, even then, he didn't really see, through the hardest times. Because Joan of Arc, if you know her story, she was injured at one point, I think, at the Battle of New Orleans, or not New Orleans, just Orleans. I'm thinking New Orleans, but anyway, but Orleans, France, So at that battle, she got injured, and after her recovery, when she was out with a little small war party to kind of go meet with another army and shit, the British and the English were able to essentially ambush her and capture her. And they basically tried her as a witch and then killed her by burning her at the stake and literally burning her to death alive. So, and she died at a very young age, I think at 19. Like, she was still a teenager. And she fucking led armies as a teenager. In fact, honestly, she kind of endured sexism too a little bit. She basically, I guess, silver lining a little bit. She literally used like the "I have God's will" to basically kind of like put the fear of God into soldiers, be like, oh shit, And then when she proved her battle acumen, they were like, oh, she actually meant that. It's like, oh shit. About literally every person who was executed at the trials. Dude, I feel bad for all those women because basically it was literally due to like some sort of like fungal spread that happened in the fucking bread. Or in the wheat, like when you harvested, like it kind of got, infected into it. So when you cooked it and ate it, it would obviously cause it to kind of trip a little bit. And that's believed to pretty much, that's like the main theory and the believed consensus of like what happened. It was basically that they had a bad harvest of wheat because it got affected with like this fungus that kind of made them trip a little bit. It's not exactly like harmful to humans, so to speak, but it kind of makes you trip out a little. It makes you do some weird things and shit, and that's what people thought. People were possessed by, the women especially thought they were being all possessed by demons and all this other bullshit. Actually, there was one guy during the Salem witch trials, a man actually, that was kind of suspected because he was kind of he was seen, kind of, mingling with some of the women before, and shit, and they asked him, hey, what's your, it's like, how do you plead, not guilty or guilty or whatever. It's like, are you guilty of being a witch and all this other shit? And he'd be like, I'm not guilty because I'm not a witch, I'm a werewolf. And they were all like, huh? They're all confused and they're like, that's not any better, is it? They're all kind of like, is that worse or is that better? Like, they really didn't know. And it's like, and he was like, nah, I'm a werewolf for God. I'm actually like a werewolf angel that's sent to, be in, the human realm and on Earth, to fight fucking demons that, come from hell, from Satan's realm and shit, that try to possess humans and shit. So you actually want me around because I'm out there trying to fucking, quell these damn demons and shit. In fact, because y'all been kind of fucking up and stuff, it's probably the reason why, they came in to possess some of, these women and shit, because now you're lumping me in with it. And they believed him, basically. I mean, it's not all, the exact argument made, but the whole premise is that he was basically like an angelic god werewolf. Like a werewolf, a Christian werewolf for God. And, and they were just basically, like, all right, I guess we believe you. You're not a witch, at least. And they let him go. And it's just like, damn. It's like, you know what? Werewolves are pretty badass. In fact, at least in some places in Europe, not everywhere, but at least in some places, werewolves are kind of known to be kind of considered guardians in folklore and shit. So, in some places, werewolves are actually kind of seen as a good thing. It's only really in places like in France and Germany where werewolves have more of a negative connotation and shit. And it's more believed that it was either due to kind of like more like kind of wildman people and shit that were basically like, like other people that are around, but they were in the woods and they didn't exactly, they lived kind of more, like they were in the fucking 4th century or something, basically. Like a Germanic tribes people and shit, and were a lot more willing to partake in different paganistic rituals and shit, and thus become like Berserker or Wolfengar, and would wear pelts and shit. So, a lot of the werewolf attacks are either suspected to be that, or just a pack of werewolves, or not werewolves, but like a pack of wolves, or like a wolf that was in the area that, was a really big wolf that, would also prey on, younger or weaker people, which would include children and women, which tend to be, a lot, and at least in a lot of different folklore, especially in France, and when it came to werewolves, was kind of the primary victims. So, I mean, werewolves and, the folklore, around the world about them are, if anything, it's actually kind of mixed. I like them. I like werewolves. So, but I'm a furry, so I think it fucking makes sense. I'm not a witch or a werewolf. I'm Jewish after where they're hanging. So it makes that movie about it. Actually, 2 movies. First is comedy where he fools the entire town. The second where he really is a werewolf hunting real witches. Yeah, dude. Like, there could be, like, I think a comedy movie could be made about it. And then, like, a horror action movie could be made about it. Where it's, like, part horror, but also kind of a part action movie because of, like, the werewolf battling fucking witches or, like, demons possessing people and all this other shit. Dude, that'd be a cool fucking movie, actually. And base it around the Salem witch trials, like another small town that's like outside of Salem and shit, and that like hysteria spread a little bit to this other small town and shit that's kind of had other mystical weird shit going on with it or something, where actual werewolves are around. Dude, that would be pretty fucking cool, actually. I actually would, like, if there was a Kickstarter for like a movie about that, and if it feels at least done well, and there's at least like some pilot scenes, to kind of get an idea, about how they kind of want to do it, at least when it comes to a more intense, like, scene or some shit, and it looks good, I'd put some fucking money on it. I'd be like, yo, I want this movie done. Let's get it done. Because I'd love to see that. That'd be cool. I like how we totally, like, went away from this weird Christian lady, but you know what, probably for good reason, because I'm assuming this is probably going to be bad anyway.
That pot, I need that pot.
I need that pot too. I need it real bad.
You know what? I need some pot too now that, she said it. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's a good pot right there. Thanks for reminding me, Christian lady.
Could you actually wash it for me? Like, that would really help me out.
Yes, absolutely. I'll take care of that for you.
Oh yeah, often I ask God to do my dishes, I'm just like...
Yeah, because God could totally do my dishes, dude. Alright. I see this going 2 ways. And I actually kind of know a little bit, but like when I was on break at work, this kind of part around the time where I started tuning in. But like basically, this is I will say though, like this basically would either go two ways. Either that she basically has someone that lives with her that would essentially like do those dishes for her, and that would basically be God and make sure that those dishes are done, or she's gonna like be able to eat anyway and she won't have to cook, so she wouldn't need to do the dishes in the first place, or at least for that night. When you don't have any sort of physical ailment, feel as an adult. I mean, fundamentally, yes. I mean, honestly. I mean, that is definitely true.
You wash some dishes for me? And then he does. And that's how I know he's real.
Thank you. Like, that would be great. Thank you so much. Are you gonna wash them now, or? Listen, I know you need to cook. They're gonna get taken care of. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Okay. Well, it's just I gotta cook now if I want to eat on time, and I need that pot, and it's dirty. So if you could just watch it now, actually, that would work better for me. You asked me for help. I'm gonna get it done. It will all be taken care of. Dinner is going to happen. Don't worry. Yeah. Right. Okay.
TJ, I don't know if you get it. Like, basically, it's gonna happen of two ways. Like, either they're gonna be done by somebody else, which she's gonna either play that role, or there's gonna be a, like, either, a coupon she finds where it's like a free pizza or some shit, or like a fucking like free coupon at a Grubhub thing where all you have to do is just like tip the driver or some shit. I don't fucking know. Like, it's something like that, or like a friend hits her up and be like, hey, you want some food? I want to come over and hang out, and I was thinking about grabbing some food along the way. You want something? Some shit like that. I mean, because honestly, there's definitely, like, here's like another little thing that Christians genuinely do think a lot. Like, small, benign little things, like, like, for example, like, let's say that, oh, shit, I need to go grab, I don't know, like, I want to go, like, actually, one of my coworkers was having this problem today, and, I kind of felt bad for him. He was not necessarily having a good day today, but, like, he went on his lunch break to go grab a cart, at the dispenser around the corner from our store, and they didn't have any. And honestly, they've been kind of low on a lot of stuff lately, because, I mean, I'm assuming, honestly, like, this year hasn't really necessarily been good for, like, some of the farms and shit, when it comes to the marijuana and stuff, so, there hasn't been as much supply. I'm really not too sure, but either way, like, and, obviously he's not happy about that. He's kind of bummed out and, didn't walk out with anything, and, kind of was upset with it. But basically the idea is like, oh, well, if you trust God, then, like, somebody would basically be like, oh, here's, hey, I bought this cart, but, if you need it, here, I could just go grab another one later or some shit like that. I don't necessarily need it, whatever. Like, basically like that, or like, hey, I was about to go to Dispo, that I go to around the corner from my pad. You want me to grab you something, or whatever the fuck, some shit like that. It would basically literally be stuff like that, and then that person thinking, oh, thank you, Lord, you have actually, saved me, and literally saying thank you, Lord, as in like, yes, God has actually, saw my stress and frustration and my problems, and thus now, he has looked out for me and shit. Like, that's some shit they generally believe, like, for benign stuff like that, even though it's just like some shit happens that, in the earlier today, and then coincidentally later on that day, you get a hookup, basically, and shit, because of something else, or from somebody else, basically. I mean, honestly, that's happened to me so many fucking times, honestly. Like, there's like one time, like, oh shit, I had a bond break or whatever, because one of my friends was being dumb, and then I'm just like, god damn it, and then, like, basically, like, the next day I come to find out that, like, like, one of my other homies is like, hey, I'm actually was looking to get rid of bond, you want it? And I'm just like, you know, I just had one break the other day, and I was about to go grab one today. You know what? You just kind of saved me, you know, some money and shit. Like, hey, sweet. I'll give you some anyway. And it's like, nah, that's cool, bro. You know, so it's like that shit that, you know, it's like it does happen, but it's just because, like, it's not because Gord. It's just because, like, for really various different factors. Usually, like, coincidence, mainly. But also because usually if you just, like, know people that are just chill and nice people, too. But also, you know, like, there's always going to be potentiality for, like, opportunity or, like, discounts or whatever the fuck or this and that. Or, like, things that, you know, could kind of, like, come back your way, so to speak. But, I mean, it's not because of, like, any destined or prayer that's been heard or some shit. It's just because that's just kind of how the circumstances led up to be, you know, given you being there in the moment or whatever. It's just like right time, right place type of shit, basically.
Guys, what's going on, man? All right. To recap.
I kind of wish I was there to explain that to TJ, because hopefully he probably would understand it a little.
This girl has,
Because honestly, like, I feel, see, like, I mean, I kind of partially envy TJ a little bit, because he never had to grow up in a Christian environment. I never grew up in a hardcore one, but enough to see some of the more hardcore elements of Christianity and shit. And a Catholic church once for a Christmas service specifically, so it was like extra pomp and circumstance, like even more so than a regular service. Oh my god. That was legitimately kind of partially traumatic for me, and I was an adult. But either way, like, I mean, it's like, I kind of envy him a little bit, because he never had to be a part of any of that shit. And it's just like, man, you are a lucky bastard. I mean, I guess luckily as you know, a battle Gerson vet, you know, being a part of those trenches and shit, I mean, I do have a lot of, you know, knowledge when it comes to that type of stuff, at the very least. Obviously, you know, because a lot of stuff that, when it comes to, especially at least, is very hardcore, you know, like Dominion style of Christianity shit, or at least these very, you know, like, pretty much where it comes to a point where it's like their whole, like, most, almost, if not all, like, you know, their identity to some extent, then, you know, like, a lot of what I'm saying about, you know, like, kind of the breakdown of what they think and stuff, it is legit true. I'm not fucking kidding around with that stuff.
but she's too lazy to wash her own dish, so she asked God to do it, and now she's like, can you hurry up and do it? And God's like, don't worry, it'll happen. And she's like, okay.
And also, as a total side, you know how hard it is to, like, clean a pot? Like, unless that pot is legit, like, you know, got, like, some fucking, like, oatmeal or something, like, caked all over the side of that bitch, like, it ain't that hard to clean. Just get, like, a bunch of, like, Dawn soap in there, get, like, a nice scrubby, and just fucking go to town. Like, I mean, you know, get some hot water in there and just go to town. I mean, if it's really that bad, to get some steel wool or some shit. I mean, fuck, it ain't that hard to clean a goddamn pot. Like, because also, like, her little, like, story doesn't even make sense in the first place, because if she needs, like, one pot specifically, you don't even have to do all your dishes then, right? So you can just do the one dish, make sure it's all clean and done, and whatever, and you can save the rest for later. So, and it don't take much time. Like, so why do you need God to literally do one dish, which is a pot, and not the rest of them? So it's just like, I mean, it just kind of means that you are kind of a lazy bastard. I'm sorry, lady. I mean, like, the story implies that you as a Christian are lazier than a son of a bitch. Like, lazier than a sloth. I'm sorry, and that's also one of the 7 deadly sins. Ooh, I'll probably blasphemed her really hardcore with that, and I do apologize, so I don't mean to offend. But, I mean, it's just like your story, though, just kind of applies. Yeah, I kind of do. But anyway, but, like, I mean, you know, it's just like, your story kind of applies that you're just lazier than hell. Like, and you need God to do a basic chore. Like, I mean, it's like, it's not that hard. I have to do it for my job, okay, honey? Like, I mean, like, look, if I'm telling you it ain't that hard, it ain't that hard, okay? And I have to scrub some gnarly shit-ass pans and pots and stuff like that because of how gunky they can get, okay? I know how bad it can be. All right, sugar. I know how bad it can be, and even then, it ain't that bad. Just get some steel wool. Even the gunkiest of shit will eventually get out with that. Okay.
Good enough.
You don't need God. You know, like, you don't need no God. You need some steel wool, some Dawn Force Flex or some shit, and fucking, you know, going to town and a little elbow grease. That's all you need.
Well, you know what? I'll just get it. Yeah, it's fine. What you doing? Oh, like I said, I really gotta get this done.
Why is she turning on the sink? Like, you don't need to turn on the... Why? Like, that sink is way louder than you. If you're gonna do that, have the phone away from the goddamn fucking sink. Like, at this point, this is just bad production and a bad mic and camera angle. I get it's on your phone, but, like, I mean, get, like, a $5, like, little phone stand and get it, you know, at least, a little bit away from the sink so it doesn't make that much noise. You know, at least in the mic, so we can at least still audibly hear you. Like, I mean, that's just, like, at least you have subtitles, like, oh, like, I just really gotta get this done.
You know, dinner is gonna be soon. Like,
okay, at least she didn't do it for a long time.
I'll take care of it.
Guys.
TJ, okay, I see what's going on here. I actually see what's on here. What's going on here. Rose, I'm sure you're familiar with the story of Job, right? Job, guy, the bald guy. Example of the part of his story is that, like, a bunch of kids was, like, calling him bald and shit and testing his faith and shit, you know, and all that type of stuff, and because pretty much, like, God and Satan had a bet. I mean, it's just, like, essentially, like, it's basically, like, that's pretty kind of petty, the very good story, kind of petty, though, yeah. But I mean, it's basically just, like, the idea of, like, you know, testing the faith, essentially. Where it's like, oh, hey, you know, it's like, I'm gonna do the dishes for you. It's like, can you please, you know, help me get this done? It's like, alright, yes, I could do that. Doesn't do it at all. The faith to get tested. It does. Because of that, I mean, she's now getting impatient and frustrated with God. I mean, with, you know, what's going on here. She's like, look, I mean, I'll just take care of it. It's fine. And God's like, what? What do you mean? It's okay. I'll make sure it's all good. And, you know, being very subtle, being very vague, as, you know, God, even in the Bible, tends to be, like, honestly, when it comes to shit like this. Because the whole idea is just basically, it comes down to just trust the process. And, you know, that's just pretty much is what it comes down to. And it usually is just kind of like a confirmation bias type of thing. Because it's like, oh, I need to get this done, and I'm lagging behind, and I'm, you know, and blah, 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 or this, that. And then something happens where it pretty much nullifies that stress and makes it, oh, I don't need to worry about it now. And instead of being like, oh, cool, sweet, you know, that's a nice coinkydink. It's like, oh, nope, that was God looking out for me, basically. Because trust the process. Your faith has been tested.
Can someone fucking tell me what the fuck is going on here? I mean, I get what...
I mean, again, I wish I was there to explain it to you, TJ, because I mean, I am. It's just not to you.
Is it supposed to be... What is the message here?
Your arm I've discovered eggs off stainless steel.
True.
That is true.
There's got to be some kind of message here, right? Like they're gonna hit me with something, right? Because like I'm not invested, but I've like sat through so much of this inane shit that I'm really hoping they're going fucking somewhere with it, somewhere that I can sink my teeth.
Oh, TJ, don't worry, they are. I mean, she is. I mean, don't worry. There is a end to this where it's like, you know, where the faith, you know, has a wrap-up point to where her faith gets enforced. Don't worry, it happens.
Like, have Christians just gotten to a point now where they don't even have an ideology anymore? They just kind of like make things and then reference God, and that's it. And there's not even like a message.
Like, TJ, that's literally all is what Christianity has been since it's been a thing. Okay, like, I mean, yeah, like, yeah, that's pretty much just what it always has been.
Point.
It's fine, but it's not fine. You're hungry and you're worried about the timing and like how soon it's gonna get done. But you did ask me for help, and I want to help you. I need you to trust me.
Oh, yep, there we go. See, there's a little bit. See? I need you to trust me. See, it's a test of faith. It's like the story of Job. Like, I mean, it's like a testing of the faith where God, you know, tests Job's faith and shit. And, I mean, honestly, it's not the only story in the Bible where God tests the faith of people. I mean, there's plenty of people he does this with. I mean, his own son, supposedly Jesus, he does this with.
I don't trust you. It's just, you know, I'm very faithful, and like I know you're gonna give me dinner. Like you provide everything for me. Like I know that for sure. I believe that.
God doesn't do that.
Christians believe it though, because the idea is that God works not just in mysterious ways, but also God you know, basically provides for you, you know, through the, you know, amalgamations, through the essence of other people. So, essentially that means, hey, if a doctor saved my life because of the surgery, that's God, because God basically, you know, worked, you know, in saving my life through, you know, the essence and the spirit, you know, and of the individuals that saved me, basically. Instead of just the doctors that saved you. Because they're actually the people that saved your life. It's like, oh, they're just the vessels of God, you know, saving me, you know, essentially. Not them. It's God, you know, basically using them as a vessel, essentially. So, yeah, to the mind of a Christian, at least, you know, someone who is this far gone, yeah, no, that's is absolutely what they believe. And I'm not kidding. I'm not bullshitting.
Buy dinner for you. I'm sorry to say. I know that we're indoctrinated into believing that he does, because we have to, like, you know, at least, you know, depending on your upbringing, you're supposed to, you know, sit there and clasp your hands and, you know, do the Lord's Prayer. And, you know, the one I was like, God is great, God is good, let us thank him for this food, amen.
Honestly, it was fucked up. I kind of remember the one that I was raised with. It was, Lord, thank you for this day that you have made, and thank you for the blessings of this food tonight, or I think that's how that part went. And then after that, if you wanted to add other stuff, you can say, and thank you for other shit, you know, you can add other stuff to that. But basically, that was the general synopsis. Like, god damn it, I can't believe I fucking believed that. Yeah, actually, I think, you know what, now that I remember, I think it actually was Daily Bread. I think it was, yeah, I think that was it. I think it was, Lord, thank you for this day that you have made, and thank you for our daily bread, amen. I think that was the general gist of it, but pretty much every time there was always other stuff added to it, like, hey, thank you for making sure that this and that, and blah, 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 or make sure that, you know, I got good grades, or this, or whatever the fuck, you know, it's just, like, other random shit, you know, like, it usually, that's how it started, and then it would, you know, usually be some other stuff, like, you know, we were kind of a little bit more lax with it, but, I mean, because that's usually how it works, like, you have the first, like, initial part of the prayer, and then you usually add stuff. And it was even when we weren't eating bread, which is weird. Well, because bread is symbolic to just food. Because, you know, like, I mean, I do the same thing too, honestly. Not in a religious way, but in a sense of, like, when it comes to labor, basically, right? Like, I mean, you know, everyone needs, you know, to have bread on their table, right? When it comes to their wage and stuff like that. You know, like, I use the same type of rhetoric, you know, when it comes to the daily bread. You know, at least when it comes to just the whole, that specific thing. like the whole, symbology of, just the daily bread or just bread and stuff like that. Like, because it's kind of a catch-all for just food, basically, and for feeding, yourself or oneself and shit. So I get the idea, so I understand it. So to me it's not necessarily weird because I get the whole symbology of it. I'm gonna have my daily bread after my, hard work and shit, a little bit later. In fact, I already did earlier, because I got off early and the burrito place I go to all the time was still open. I got myself a burrito and fucking absorbed that into my essence really fucking quick. I was just being dumb. That's all good. Though, I also get what you mean, though. Because Christians kind of take things literal with that, at least when it comes to a religious sense. God, I thank you so much for letting my son get an A+ on his math test. Oh yeah, sorry about my ass listening to sleep study. Fuck you, Dad. Well, for me, it was Mom. She was the religious one. My dad didn't really care. He kind of, respected it and would kind of play along with it, but he didn't really care. Because, like I said, he used to be a practicing Wiccan, and I guess kind of is. He's kind of more of a spiritualist, if anything.
To that, and bless my dog, and bless my house, and blah, 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 blah. But, he didn't actually give it to you. He didn't give you this day your daily bread, That was some farmer somewhere. And then you had to pay for it at the grocery store with a job that you worked.
Yep.
So he really didn't have much to do with it anywhere in the process. So, yeah.
That's all my heart.
Starvation. Honestly, there's a whole fucking labor song based off it. Where the fuck is that little, book that I have? I have it somewhere. It should be up here, right? Oh, I moved it. Oh, where did I move it? Did I move it in my room? Or is it just buried in here? It's probably buried. Yeah, I think it's buried. I'm not gonna worry about it. But it's like a literally a song. It's actually called The Preacher and the Slave, but it's basically just what's the first part of lyrics? Because the Christian version of it was actually made by the Salvation Army. And, or not necessarily by the Salvation Army, but it was kind of appropriated and used by them. And then, Workers, actually specifically, Flat McClintock and Joe Hill and a few others made kind of their own version of the song, where instead of salvation, they said starvation. The Starvation Army. And I remember the first part of the lyrics going, at starvation, what does the first part of the lyrics go? If I had the IWW songbook here, is it buried over here? Now I'm gonna fucking try to unbury it amongst my random bullshit here. My hat, my fucking yeah, it's not buried in it. Yeah, I think it's actually in my room, isn't it? Yeah, it's in the room. That's actually the one spot that I would think it would be if it's not over here. Yeah, it's not over here. Oh wait, never mind. It is over here. It was just buried under my other red books. I'm not. I have a stack of red books. It really did. Okay, it blended in with it was camouflaged with my other red books. All right, where the fuck is it? Yeah, this is actually a pretty cool little piece of history. This is like the 1995 edition. Yeah, 1995 edition. Page 49. Okay, so it says, in a Starvation Army, they play, and they sing, and they clap, and they pray, until they get all your coin on the drum, like the fucking, what's it called? Like the fucking bucket that they dump change in, when they get their tidings and shit. But anyway, and then they get all your coin on the drum, and then they tell you when you're on the bum that you'll eat by and by in the glorious land above the sky, work and pray, live on hay, and you'll get pie in the sky when you die, and that's a lie. And it kind of goes on a little bit. Actually, the first verse was actually that was actually the second verse. Actually, the first verse is long-haired preachers come out every night, try to tell you what's wrong and what's right. But when asked about something to eat, they'll answer with voices so sweet. And it's that chorus I was saying earlier. And then it goes on to say, if you fight for the good things of life, they'll tell you to stop with all the strife, be sheep for the boss, they say, or go to hell. You're sure on the way. And then it goes on for the last little bit, which changes it up a little. Working folk of all countries unite, side by side for freedom we fight. When the world and its wealth we have gained, to the gaffers we'll sing this refrain. You'll eat by and by when you learn how to cook and to fry. Chop some wood till do you good, and you'll eat in the sweet by and by, and that's no lie. It's a fun little song. Actually, the Utah Phillips version of that song is probably my favorite version of it. But basically, you know, the point of the song is not just kind of a pro-worker song, but also kind of an early anti-Christian song at the time too, a little bit, because it's kind of dogging on the idea of like God isn't and the church isn't providing for you. They're just taking your money and, you know, while you're, you know, slaving away basically. You know, so it's, if anything, is at least more broadly dogging on the religious institutions of the time as well. At least, you know, organized Christian, you know, institution, you know, at that time.
You know, it's already going to be 4:30.
TJ, that's the McDonald's of prayers. Yeah, well, I mean, I was pretty young. That was like the shit they taught us in, like, young, you know? We're like little babies. God is great, God is good, let us take it by our feet, amen.
Hey, they evolved that over time. And honestly, every church and every little, like, you know, sect has it a little different.
Actually got me to fucking do that shit, so, you know, I never graduated to the more sophisticated prayers, okay?
30, and if I don't start cooking now, I'm gonna end up eating really, really late.
I feel like a lot of this could have been cut for time, just saying.
And I'm really trying not to eat at night, you know, so it's just...
Well, why not? Wait, why? Is being a night owl, like, you know, sinful or something? Is there something wrong with that?
It would be really better for me if I could start washing the dishes now.
You should have done that earlier.
I can cook later. And,
I thought you had to cook now.
But you're trying to still be in control. You've asked me for?
Yeah, because, oh my god. I mean, this is like another thing, too, a little bit. Like, you know, basically just like, let God, like, it's kind of the Jesus take the wheel meme. Where it's like, oh, just kind of like God and let Jesus kind of like, you know, take the wheel a little bit. I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. And, I mean, it's like, it's like blind faith stuff. Because, I mean, essentially it's like, oh, well, you are trying to be in control and try to take, you know, like some authority over the situation. It's like, yeah, because it's my fucking life. Like, yeah, I should be able to dictate my own life. I have my own autonomy. And there you say free will, essentially. I mean, which, supposedly, at least in Christianity, even though it's a fucking contradiction in itself in Christianity, because God knew you before you were even in the womb, so thus you have no free will, you know, in Christianity. You're predetermined from, you know, before you're even, like, fertilized as sperm and egg and fucking born or living and dying. It's like, you know, that entire life that you know, live, even though you're not even, you know, a sperm or egg that has fertilized and, you know, had gestation yet, your life is already apparently under God and, you know, has lived and shit. So he already knows what you're going to be doing and shit before you're even, you know, before your mommy and daddy fuck. You know, so it's just like, I mean, essentially, by that point, it's hell all predetermined, which, I mean, in a scientific and, you know, existential nihilist and universal perspective, I mean, yeah, things are predetermined, but it's not on the same level of religiosity's predeterminism. It's, you know, on the level of, like, you know, being a byproduct of the environment, you know, and your body naturally responding to those type of things. And of course, you know, we have, you know, high sentience, so we're intelligent beings, so we have a lot more complexities, you know, when it comes to that type of stuff. I guess a lack thereof, too, considering the religiosity with this shit. But, you know, despite that, though, of the whole predeterminism thing, at least when it comes to the religious point of it, like, you also apparently also have some free will and shit. Which, at least when it comes to, like, you know, the scientific part of it, I mean, I guess you kind of do, because you are able to kind of decide, you know, in a way, some different choices. But, you know, in a way, your brain's kind of already decided what choice you're going to make before you make it, in a sense. It just kind of depends on circumstance, I suppose. Again, you know, depending on, you know, the byproduct or how you respond to the environment at the given time. But nonetheless, at least it comes to the religious point of it, it's like everything about your life is basically predetermined, but thus, despite that, you have free will to essentially try to take control of your life and, you know, divert away from that predetermined outcome. Even though you're unable to divert away from that predetermined outcome because God, you know, has already seen you before you even were pretty much, you know, fertilized from the womb. So, it's like, it's just literally a fucking contradiction literally in itself when it comes to Christian philosophy. Like, it's one of the biggest contradictions in it. I mean, there's plenty of them, but that's one of the biggest glaring ones out there. It's like being predeterminist and having free will literally at the same time.
But I'll help you, and you're still trying to take over. You gotta let me do it.
Well, you're not doing it fucking in a timely manner, God. Like,
yeah, I mean, honestly.
Like, what is this?
But there's a reason for it.
Shit.
Because God works in mysterious ways. There's also that little weird thing you gotta remember, TJ.
I don't even know how to criticize this. Am I supposed to criticize it, like, from within the context of the story?
Okay, you know what? I feel like TJ's having a little issue here, and I think it's because he really hasn't grown up, you know, in this type of environment, I think. Because I'm breaking it down. I know what the fuck this shit is leading up to. And and I still think it's going to end up in two ways. And honestly, I think it's narrowed down to one. There's an outside factor, whether, you know, like she finds a coupon, this or that, or some shit, or she, you know, or a friend hits her up. You know, it's going to be something else. Like, there's going to be an outside factor that covers, you know, the fact that she needs to, you know, have dinner and stuff on time. You know, so there's going to be some of that type of shit. You gotta let me do it. Am I the only one, in fact, that feels a bit rapey? I mean, yeah, that kind of, you know what, that did a little bit, now that you mention it. Hold on, let me go back, actually. Like, I kind of want to...
Oh, you've asked me for help. I told you I'll help you. And you're still trying to take over. You gotta let me do it.
You gotta let me do it. Oh, God, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're kind of right.
Fucking in a timely manner, God. Like, what is this shit?
I mean, but like I said, though, because I've kind of partially have grown up in a Christian environment, I have seen a lot of, like, you know, this, especially a lot of the more extreme forms of Christianity directly. I've been to different sermons. I've seen a lot of this type of stuff. I kind of know how a lot of, you know, legit Bible-thumping Christian believers think. And... like, this is, and he's just like, what the fuck? What is this? Like, what's going on here? Blah, 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 blah. And honestly, all in all, it's just like, I mean, it's, you know, it really comes down to, like, a test of faith and also, like, a sense of, like, oh, there's going to be other factors where God has provided for you, even though you're primarily asking him for, you know, something else. Because she's wanting God to help her deal with the dishes, which is such a weird premise. And, you know, and the whole idea is that God always provides, so she's going to provide her for dinner on time that she needs, you know, on a timely manner, which is, you know, I guess the more important part, sure. And that's where God's going to provide. Not for the dishes, you know, that she's mainly praying for, but, you know, for make sure that she eats at a timely manner. It's just so, I mean, and it's just like, it's kind of the part of the whole weird, you know, religious, like, you know, trust the process, you know, blind faith, you know, type of thing that they have and shit. It's not necessarily just a Christian thing either, by the way, but it is very strong when it comes to, you know, a lot of, you know, these Christian sects and shit. And I feel like TJ is just not grown up in that type of stuff before. And it's just like, and I don't think he totally, gets it a little bit because of that. I mean, he does. He understands the arguments, understands, a lot of this ideology, but I don't think he understands, like, some of the psychological, like, sociological stuff when it comes to these type of predicaments a little bit because he hasn't grown up around it. Which I envy him for, by the way, like I said. Lucky bastard. I also envy my friend Rip City because he's never had to grow up in this type of shit. Like, this stuff is so alien to him, and I'm just like, you are a lucky motherfucker, man. Like, seriously. It's like, unironically, that is like a little bit low-key some privilege that they got, and I'm just like, you are, like, I mean, I'm not gonna hold it against them. I'm just like, man, you are lucky bastards. Because even me being softly absorbed into that type of shit growing up and stuff, I mean, that even in itself has some trauma and shit. Not as much. It's not like I went to gay conversion torture camps and shit. Thank fuck. But, I mean, it's just like, I still have seen some pretty, extreme stuff when it comes to Christianity growing up.
Okay, itchy scratchy.
Mom wants to pray to be able to get back out of a parking spot she was wedging the car into. I swear I didn't mean to laugh when it happened, but how couldn't I?
Okay.
I mean, I would have laughed too, honestly. I mean, because it's like, I mean, it's like, are you serious? You're literally praying so you can get out of a parking spot you wedged yourself into? Never had to grow up into that. Not my home, anyway. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely, like, a weird element of just, like, weird social, psychological, like, manipulation, like, plays a role. And, like, honestly, all religions, well, I'll say, like, 95.9999% of religions, do this type of shit. With this, like, psychological manipulation stuff. I mean, like, I'm sure there's, like, different, religious sects, like Sikhs. I mean, I've never heard about, like, radical Sikh extremists and shit, so, like, Sikhs, tend to be, pretty chill, but, like, either way, like, a lot of different religions, tend to have, like, a lot of this very similar type of structure to the dogma and stuff. They have different flavors of it, but it's basically, like, it's like, yeah, there are apples and oranges and bananas and kiwis and strawberries and all that type of shit, but they're all fruit. Sikhs aren't violent, but they have a traditional warrior culture. Yeah, I hear about that, but if anything, they kind of use it as more of, like, kind of a ritualistic, like, kind of, like, practice more so than anything at this point. Like, they don't really use it as, like, a form of, like, warfare or, like, trying to fuck people up. It's more of kind of, like, just kind of, part of tradition that just kind of keep along and shit, which I think is pretty cool. So, like, Sikhs are pretty cool. Like, I genuinely like, Sikhs and shit. Like, I've actually met a couple before, and, and they're always, like, really chill, like, pretty welcoming people for the most part and shit, and, they're always really cool. I always liked them. And, yeah, honestly, like, some of the traditions and shit are, pretty honestly kind of badass and pretty cool. But yeah, I did kind of see him, but I just didn't respond to him yet. Here, where were they? Oh, wait, they were down here somewhere, right? Okay, here they are. Well, I saw this one. Today I learned that Lawrence of Arabia was most likely gay or bi. He had a close friendship with a 16-year-old Syrian boy. They would often share the sleeping bag in his tent. Well, that definitely is implying various different things. Brokeback Mountain, Lawrence of Arabia edition. In the Asia Pacific Theater, we're always the first to volunteer to go on suicide missions against the Japanese. Yeah, I don't know too much about the Sikh soldiers that fought in World War II, but I have heard, some pretty crazy different stories vaguely about them.
I don't even know how to criticize this. Am I supposed to criticize it, like, from within the context of the story as I'm being presented, or within the context of the moral message that I think this thing is, like, trying to teach? Like,
it's a moral message that's trying to teach, TJ. But I mean, I'm able to kind of get a whiff of what it is, because I've kind of grown up around it. But, TJ doesn't quite, have that radar a little bit. And I don't really think that's, against him. I think it's just because he just hasn't grown up around it, which, good on him, honestly. I think good.
God helps those that help themselves. This is like the total opposite message. The message of this is like, don't do anything for yourself. Just fucking sit back. God will take care of it when he's goddamn well good and ready, which is
which is basically blind faith.
Terrible message because there is no God and he's not going to take care of it. You've got to do it yourself.
That's implying that people that watch this aren't Christian, but Christians are going to see that and, take the trust process, blind faith, you just have to have faith, type of messaging and rhetoric. I mean, that's what it kind of comes down to.
It's from my friend. They want to buy me dinner tonight.
Oh, I just got a text from my friend, and they want to buy me dinner tonight. See? There you go. There's the catch. There's the hook. That's the zinger. Because basically God, is, like, oh, hey, let me be in control, trust the process, have faith, I'll provide for you. That's how they did it. That's how, in this little skit that she's doing, God provided for this, for her. Was, oh, a friend is going to buy me dinner and is going to hang out, with me tonight and blah, blah, blah. And all this other shit. So, it's like, dishes aren't done, by the way. The pot was never clean. But hey, you still get to eat on time. Which is basically, better than nothing, I guess. But nonetheless, I mean, it's just kind of the whole point of like, oh, hey, see, God provides, and he works in mysterious ways, but nonetheless, he provides either way, even though he doesn't answer your prayer in the exact way that you want him to. Surrender your will to me, see what I mean? Yeah, I mean, no, I know what you mean. No, 100%. Absolutely, I know what you mean, dude. Yeah. Again, I grew up around this. I know it.
Spoke too fucking soon. What a twist. Mind fucking blown. Mind fucking blown, guys. God
has
saw that
provided.
This girl needed fucking dinner. God was like, all right, I'm gonna go put the thought in her friend's head. I'm gonna buy this girl dinner tonight randomly. Boom.
Boom.
So it's good that she didn't do those dishes. It's good that she didn't.
Because the essence, Zukov was praying to God, saying, hey, I want a treat right now. And you know what I did? God telepathically, made me rip this in half and just, boom, chucked it right at him so he can have a treat. Because God always provides. Just let him be in control and boom, boom. I'm just kidding. I just decided, I honestly just wanted to rip that in half, just chuck that at him so he can eat that and enjoy that. Look, goofball. Also, this one's obvious. Fall on your knees and close your eyes. Yeah. Honestly, there really legitimately is a lot of sexuality in the Bible. There really is. And then the whole idea of Christianity. I mean, obviously, I don't think that's, a coincidence. I mean, there obviously is a lot of reasoning for it. Because there is a lot of sexual exploitation that happens in churches. I mean, it's not just the Catholic Church that has sexual exploitation and shit and pedophilia and all this other shit. Like, it's, Christian churches, as well. Like, there is, this shit definitely happens in Christian churches just as much as mainly Dominionist churches primarily. Just, if not, maybe not as much, but at least just as much as, like, the Catholic Church. I mean, like, honestly, 100%. I'm willing to die on that fucking hill. I mean, the Catholic Church isn't, like, I mean, they're, like, the biggest number one when it comes to, like, those problems, but they ain't the only ones that have those issues.
She would have missed out on a free dinner from her friend, and therefore God was like...
There needs to be a game like Florida or Africa, but it's called, is this a Bible verse or something a rapist would say? You know what? Let's just honestly just like find something here. Let me just where am I? You know what? I'm just gonna skip something random. And that looked like battle war stuff. I'm in Proverbs now. Oh, you know what? Here we go. Proverbs chapter 29 verse 2. With good men in authority, the people rejoice, but with the wicked in power, they groan. They groan. Oh, this one's pretty obvious. A wise son makes his father happy, but a lad who hangs around with prostitutes disgraces him. Ooh. Dude, Proverbs chapter 29, those verse 2 and 3 are a little like sexual. Groan? I'm not kidding. Yeah, let me repeat it. Proverbs chapter 29, verse 2. With good men in authority, the people rejoice, but with the wicked in power, they groan. Yes, they groan. I'm not kidding, bro. Here. Here, my finger's pointing to it, if you can look at it. Yeah, right there. There you go. Right there. I just literally opened it randomly, and those were the two verses that kind of like popped up. It does say groan. Yeah, it does, bro. I'm not kidding. I went to Kings, First Kings, and it was like some battle shit. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna find anything in these particular pages. Blump, I just took another chunk of random pages, and it was Proverbs, and those are the things that that stuck, like my eye. Like my eye made contact with that stuff first, and yeah. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't take, much, to find, some sexual innuendos or, some sexuality in the Bible. I mean, that third verse was more blatant, though. Like, that one was very fucking blatant. We should pitch the game idea to TJ. Just I think if we just go on the the Pessimist Productions, community patron tab, because I know that, some of them, I don't know who, I'm sure, I think Scotty, Chelsea, Amelia, Taylor, I think a couple people check out that type of stuff occasionally and shit, so I know one of them will actually, look at that and see it. I mean, or I could super chat it to TJ when he does a stream next. Or tomorrow, because they're doing a Monday public episode, so I could just super chat it to them. One of us should do that. I'm not a patron, unfortunately, despite my mom's status and teacher's side. I'm still but a humble pleb. You're a pleb? Oh, dude, dude, you're low-key missing out. Because Paul called me out because TJ gaslit me on the Onion Nuggets, on the Patreon Onion Nuggets last Wednesday. Bruh. I know. Dude, bruh. I mean, I'm not just saying you're missing out just with the other stuff, but that Onion Nuggets specifically, if you go, in their tier list, raking potatoes, go there specifically, because I straight get gaslit, dude. TJ was like, oh, ignore, Paul's, he's saying you're a moron, it's like, and then Paul's just like, oh, what? Oh, fuck you, I know you're a Tachika fan at heart, I see you around, I know who you are, Igna, you're a Tachika fan down, through, and I'm just like, oh, it's like, TJ, you bastard, look what you've done. It's like I've been a polisher all this time, and now you've just, exiled me for the polishers. It's like, you are a piece of shit, TJ. Now I'm just with the Scottists, because I have nowhere to go. TJ is, fucking ashamed of me and gaslit me. I'm exiled from, the polishers now, so now I just got the Scottists. I'm just with, that's all. They're the only ones who will accept me. There's very few of them. Honestly, I'm starting to realize the Scottists are basically the ones that get exiled by the Tajikafans and the Polishers. I've now become one of them. The exiled. The Scottists are basically the ones who have been exiled. Oh, damn. But yeah, super chat, when you get a chance, I would, but I need to get a new mattress. The one I have had it. Has had it. Damn. I kind of feel you with that a little bit, but mine hasn't really, got it yet. If anything, I bet if I just, literally flipped mine over, I bet it'll be okay. Because it ain't really that bad right now. It's more or less just kind of like its spot, because it likes to move off a little bit, and it gets kind of annoying. So I think if I had it more aligned in a different corner, I think it would probably be better. Springs and shit are poking from mine. I got one that got springs and shit. I got one of those foam ones and shit. Definitely get one of those, because once I got springs that are straight poking out, oh my lord, oh my god. You know what? Shit. I don't know how much it costs to ship a fucking mattress, but shit, I actually think I have a spare one lying around somewhere, actually, unironically. Also, I know I don't need to buy one, because I know there's at least one in here. And two in another, you know what? This memory foam gel mattress. My bed is twin size. I don't know if they're twins. I think they're all just singles. No, I mean, I don't know. Because unironically, straight up, get rid of some shit, especially get rid of, a mattress, would actually create a lot of space. You know what? Extra long, by the way, not large. Extra long, ooh. Funny enough, I'll have to double check what, the mattresses are and shit. I'm gonna put a pin on that, unironically, honestly, because, that would legit help with some space clearing. So, I might actually put a pin on that.
And that's what's going on here. Okay. Feel like we could have handled all of that in
that's going on, or something like that. What was it? I forgot the first chunk of lyrics. I just know the last part is that's what's going on, or something like that.
Let's see how quickly that story can be told. Hey, God, could you do these dishes for me? Sure. Hey, God, when are you going to do that? Because I really want to start cooking soon, so... You know what? I'll just handle it, God. Don't worry. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You said for me to do it, so just back off and let me do it. Oh, well, okay, God. I guess that's fine. Oh, whoa, my friend just called. They're going to buy me dinner. Thanks, God. You did provide. How much quicker was that?
Well, I guess TJ understands the premise.
They're actually already on their way with it. Oh, so you don't need to wash the dishes tonight, huh?
You should probably still wash your fucking dishes.
I guess not.
I guess not. I mean, she sounds like she's kind of anxiety ridden or emotional about it. I mean, I wonder if that's just kind of a part of the act, I guess. But she's like, oh my god, I guess I don't have to do that. Oh my goodness, I've been provided for. Oh. Yeah, I'll just sleep on a rolled out bamboo mat on the floor. But yeah, you will when you get it back. I mean, I definitely do not have a rolled out bamboo mat.
But the drive-thru girl messed up their order, so they ended up giving them the whole thing for free, and they're actually getting extra food for free.
Wow.
Well, wow, their friend got lucky as fuck now, did they?
They fit all that on that little watch screen? That's impressive.
As a way to say that they're sorry. So I get
Do we need to I mean, yeah, I get it.
They're sorry? Wait, is there like some extra side plot going on where their friend is like, hey, I'm sorry, so here, I'm gonna give you like a fucking buffet?
Why is this? Wait, why is this still happening? Like, it was good enough.
When you get back? Well, I mean, for her, her friend is coming over, so she's not leaving or anything, so they're still gonna be there no matter what.
All this shit. Like,
so while her friend is showing up, she might as well kill some time and clean the dishes anyway.
oh God, they're gonna get their dinner for free because the drive-thru lady messed up the order, and now they gave them not only the food that they did order, but extra food, and it's all for free as a way of saying sorry for messing up the order, and they're already on their way here with it, even though they never told me that they were doing it. And now they're telling me, so yeah, God, thank you. Now I don't have to do dishes. I can just be a lazy bitch.
It's 2 nights of free dinner.
Wow. True. Our God is an awesome God. He provides.
Oh, yeah, he provides a lot, yeah. Reminds me of Pop telling him about his mom prayed for a storm not to hit where he lives, so he deferred it. And it's like, what about people that the storm will hit? I mean, for real, because, like, just because, God protected you doesn't mean he protected, like, that basically means God's, like, prioritizing other people, for others and shit. And it's just like, what about, like, the loyal Christians that happen to be victims of that hurricane? It's like, what, are they not loyal enough in comparison to the ones that have it diverted or some shit?
Forever, yeah. Wow, that was quite a journey.
It was.
Quite a fucking journey, man. Video is 4 out of 10. You're being very fucking generous, man. That video wasn't even a 4 out of 400 to me.
Wow, this one's quiet.
Ooh, let's turn the volume way the fuck down, huh? It will never profit you to trust anything more than God.
Are you sure about that? Because you're making a lot of money doing what you're doing, being a preacher, huh? It's easy, it's easy.
It's
convenient. It's convenient.
It's quick. I mean, it's just as quick to trust God. Actually, God is pretty much the most convenient thing if all you want to do is just, like, turn to God. It's like, yeah, God will take care of it. He's not gonna, but you can just, Or so you think.
But it'll always fail.
No. It works just fine.
And when you stand before God,
your idols will be most sufficient meditation for you either.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it's time for the spooky language to come out.
Ooh.
Yeah, you think you're all fucking whip smart with your goddamn bullshit. But let me ask you this. When you're standing before God in the hall of judgment, what you gonna do? What you gonna do then, motherfucker? What you gonna say? When God looks you right in the eyes and says, did you love me? Did you believe in me? And you're just like, oh.
Just like Anubis, when you have all your possessions and you weigh it on the fucking scale of judgment and then the feather comes down and it's like, if that feather is heavier than your shit, it's like, you good. You're Gucci, bro. You can go in that heaven. But if it ain't, then it's like, nah, fam. To whatever the Egyptian hell was. Like, it's like to that, to the torture dungeon with you. I, Anubis, a jackal-headed anthropomorphic god being, I will fucking, be your judgment now.
Fucker, you're gonna burn for all time. Because you didn't believe the fairy tale. That's what you get.
That's what you get, bitch.
but God,
God. Jesus.
He is the one we all need.
He's the one we all need. Lord, thank you for this time. And there's a prayer. Oh, God. I love how there's actually, like, very little messaging out of that. It's like, what was, like, the overall messaging anyway? Like, it will never profit you to trust anything.
Trust anything
more than God. It will never profit you to trust anything more than God. So basically, I mean, okay, like, it's basically just like, you know, oh, you know, it's, you know, just like basically, like the whole blind faith shit again. Where it's like, oh, just trust God, you know, have blind faith to him, and he'll provide for you. It's kind of just like the same shit, but just kind of couched up differently. Alright. It kind of took me a minute to kind of see, like, the initial shit, but, you know, I get it now. Took off. What are you doing? I believe God all my life meets Anubis when they die. And that's why Pascal Ranger sucks. Yep. If anything, agnostics probably have it best because they're just like, I don't know. So whatever shows up, they're like, oh shit, that's what was real. Okay, cool. You know, that's probably what they think. Or probably like, oh man, I thought it was going to be the other stuff. You know, they're probably going to think that. You know, one of the two.
Smart with your gut.
They probably have it easy, honestly, when it comes to that outcome. I mean, for me, it would probably be like, if it's at least like Anubis, I'd be like, fuck yeah, I get to be judged by like a jackal, anthro, furry god. Cool. Dope. Hell yeah. Egyptian pantheon, cool.
But let me ask you this. When you're standing before God in the hall of judgment, what you gonna do? What you gonna do then, motherfucker? What you gonna say? When God looks you right in the eyes and says, did you love me? Did you believe in me? And you're just like, oh. Going to hell, motherfucker. You're gonna burn for all time.
Gonna burn, boy.
Because you didn't believe the fairy tale. That's what you get.
You're just like, hey, what if it's Xenu? Oh my god. You know what? Like, if it's Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard was right all this time, you know what? Respect points. And I'd be like, you know what? Alright, fuck it. I mean, you know, I thought it was calculated bullshit, but you know what? I mean, you really actually, you know, were the thing. You know what? I'm alright. Praise Xenu. You know, it's like, honestly, like, I might be an atheist and kind of like an anti-theist now, but it's like, you know, when push comes to shove and when I die and I get to, you know, be in the halls of judgment, I'm like, you know what? It's like, alright, hey, you are real. Alright, cool. Fuck yeah. Sweet. You know what? If anything, you know, kind of like, in the words of Richard Dawkins, I mean, not literally, I don't think he said it verbatim, but it's like, you know, in science we praise, you know, ourselves when we, you know, find out that we're wrong and that we made a discovery that, you know, like, changes, you know, what we know. It's like, so for me, it's like, oh, cool, wow, I realized that, you know, hey, there is some extra ethereal things. Like, oh, fuck, alright, cool, sweet. What I knew actually wasn't, you know, what actually was. Whoa. You know, if anything, I'd just be like, oh, cool. I just kind of take the Dawkins approach with it a little bit. No pun intended, I guess. But nonetheless, I also still take the Dawkins approach with, like, you know, a God delusion. What if the odds that most recent religion is being the correct one? Well, what would be the most recent religion? I mean, it wouldn't be Scientology. It'd probably be something else.
Come on, give me a break.
Damn dog. Oh.
God. Jesus.
Oh, it feels like the Elder Scrolls gods? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, which one's like the one that's like all about like love and all that shit? Mara? I'm honestly about that god. Or goddess, I should say. Because she's basically just like, you know, the free, like, she's basically like the hippie free love, like, let's, like, have love and intimate relation and, like, fuck. Like, basically. Like, that's basically just, like, Mara's, like, kind of, like, type of shit. You get the Loki-esque one. That just means that I hope Norse mythology is kind of more accurate, because if that's the case, and if there is Loki, then I'd be like, cool. Can I join either him or his brother?
That was fucking ridiculous.
Stop turning me into a damn chicken. Oh, sure, Gorath. Yeah.
But why was the volume so low?
Y'all can see me. This video gonna be mad dark. So,
this video is gonna be mad dark. I'm in the dark alleyway. I'm about to, you know, fuck somebody up. They done me wrong, bro. I'm about to have some vengeance. Actually, this is the one I was kind of foreshadowing earlier about.
Is this freezer still plugged in, or?
Should be.
Nothing in there. It's remotely frozen.
Well, I think it should be. I don't know. Freezer number. Hold on. Hold on. I know it kind of goes back here too. Oh. I think it's because it goes over here and it kind of got loose and popped off. There we go. I think I might have solved it.
Yeah, there's nothing in there. It's frozen.
Well, I kind of hear humming now a little bit, so it should be on now. I think that was it. It got loose over there because power cord got moved. But it should be fine. I mean, I don't see water leaking out of it, so it should be okay.
Yeah, you'd think everything in there would be cold because it's pretty much a block of ice.
Well, it probably still is.
Well, yeah, it still is. Just went to get some ice cream and it's soggy and drippy.
What the yeah, well, huh. Well, I would not know what to say about that one. Yeah, nothing really. I don't know. I haven't fucked with it like at all.
I mean, it's like a glacier in here.
I mean, it really is a glacier.
Frozen, but
I mean, it really is a fucking glacier in there, honestly. But like, yeah, I don't fucking know. Beats fucking me. I mean, there was a power cord that kind of get loose. I didn't really think anything of it, but now that he mentioned that, I'm thinking that was like an extension cord that actually leads to that. So I'm thinking maybe that would hopefully assault. I was hoping you would close the other door too. Goddamn, hold on. I don't want to hear any other damn fucking washing machine here. There we go. Ugh. What? Yeah, I'm hearing that thing come off, so it should be fine, I would assume. But, I'm assuming that he probably is either going slowly insane, or maybe there was like a power cord missing in the energy, needed to keep that thing running. But either way, it's like, oh my god. What a random just tangent. That would be a little like, what the hell if an ice cream sandwich was like not frozen like I would hope it would be. I would be a little sad by that too. It's like, oh, I want an ice cream sandwich, that sounds pretty good. It's like you grab one and it's just like smush because it's all like liquid and it's like, oh, what? I would be a little upset too. I can understand why he was like, what the fuck earlier. I was like, at first I was like, why is he like, what now what? And it's like, you know what, understandable. That is an understandable reason to be like, what the fuck about? But I hear it humming off now in this little like freezer, little hum, so I think it should be fine now. I mean, it's a goddamn glacier in there, so now I'm kind of confused on how those things melted. Because there's ice all over that bitch. So, that part's a little confusing. But, either way. eh, it's still working, so.
Literally,
Let's
like,
keep moving. Let's keep going with this one. But this is the one I was like foreshadowing from earlier, where like I don't know if I was in chat yet when I mentioned it, but at some point I'll just kind of let it play on for a little bit. But I'll let it kind of play on a little bit here. But like, I mean, like at some point, some dude is like, bruh, and he never responded after I responded back to him. But like, he basically was like, yeah. You're doing stereotype, and I mentioned it earlier because like this dude's like, yo, it's gonna be hella dark and shit. And of course, when you see this, it's like, are you in like some dark ass like alleyway about to like, you know, say a manifesto before you hurt somebody or some shit or whatever the fuck? Are you about to like mug someone or something? Like, what are you doing in such a dark place? Like, what the hell? But someone's like, whoa, bro, that's like a stereotype, dude. I'm just like, huh?
Just been asking for clarity. I'm just asking for clarity. Just asking for the.
When I made the comment, you know, it was like before, you know, it was like before he popped up in all this light.
At this,
so it's just like, I think that's probably why the other dude probably thought I was, but it's like, the video literally started him in like pitch black, like in some dark little alleyway corner, and then he pops up on the street corner, and then there's just like a light there. Is that a religious video? Yeah, it's like some religious TikTok. Because like, I need some clarity from God and all this other stuff.
Asking for clarity twice in a row. All right. Let me know once, and then cut the second one out. I don't need it reiterated. I get it.
You know, I've just been feeling attacked emotionally and mentally, and I'm just like, I don't know, I just feel like I don't have any support. I just feel like I don't have a support system.
Man, I feel bad for you, dude.
I mean, I do too, a little bit, and honestly, this is kind of like what a lot of religion, especially Christianity in America, tends to prey on, are people like this guy. It's like someone who might not necessarily have like a lot of emotional or like social support and shit, and tend to be, you know, like people that don't really feel like they have a sense of like, you know, that type of support, and a church is kind of like, you know, an easy way to kind of have like a sense of community or like a sense of support, which is why, you know, also this person is a Christian too, and you know, they probably just haven't really necessarily found a church really that, you know, is kind of welcoming of that type of sense, you know, for him, for his mind, or at least in his sense, or just hasn't really found one yet, which is kind of the main reason why he probably feels like, oh, I don't really have any emotional support or any like structure and shit. But it's just like, it's not the church that's going to provide for that, you know. I mean, I guess in a way they can, I suppose, but not permanently. Like, you know, that type of shit, you know, is a lot of the socioeconomic conditions, you know, that basically force people like you know, into a situation where they just don't have like any actual like, you know, support, or you know, because they're pretty much having like no time on their hands to, you know, seek out that support, because they're pretty much like, you know, working on the dole for bare fucking minimal, and even then that bare minimal is, you know, barely enough to allow them to survive. Winning is not God, but a strong social safety net. You know, the thing is real. Yeah, no shit. I mean, for real. There. Gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Pretty shortly, y'all. Boo boo. Come on. dog. Ugh. Man, that's fucking mud, I swear to God. Ay. Man, open the door for one fucking second and he goes like running off and shit. What do you do now? Open the door for like one little fucking second. Go off in the backyard. Gate was a little open. So he starts running off and exploring shit. And he ain't come back, you know, being like, yeah, Zukov, hey, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, you know, being like, you know, hey, you should probably come back, little prick. And no. I had the guy like run off, go grab like a bag of something that would shake, that would sound like treats. And he runs from across the fucking street, like, over here, you know, while I'm like in the distance over here, like a car going like, you know, and all this sort of shit. And it's like, you fucking mother. It's like this little piece of shit. Yeah, you want to see this little fucking bastard? Yeah, look at him. He's just pretending not, you know, he ain't guilty. And look at him. Hey! Yeah, you. Hey, fuck you. Yeah, you. Yeah, look at you. Yeah, you. You're ridiculous. Hey! When I get your attention, you need to fucking come forth and come hither. Zukov. Hey. What'd I say? Fucking little bastard. Face of judgment. Well, you got a little bit of a judgment. You already did. Now you're just getting verbal judgment, you little prick. Yeah, can you not, like... It's like, I don't know. I don't even know. Ay. What a bastard. Just, what a little prick. Now he's just gonna groom himself as like a way to distract himself. Be like, see, I'm not gonna get your attention because I'm doing this now. So, What a piece of shit, dude. What a little shitbag. Like, it's like, can I have like one night where you wander off outside, but don't act like a psychopath? You run off and just like not listen like at all. Star Wars on Valentine's. I'm already seeing that shit in stores. What? You're seeing that shit already? Bruh. What the fuck? What the hell? Like, that shit is not for like well over two. Oh my god. That's why. Have you ever been down the Holiday Owl in February? It makes me feel like I'm going blind. You forget where I work? Bruh. Man, like, basically as soon as February, like, basically as soon as, like, mid-January hits, nah, fuck that. Basically as soon as January hits, all that Valentine shit's out. Like, I know how that shit is. It's... Yeah. It's... It's maddening. Who else excited over it? Yeah, I get Stuffed Bear that ends up in the basement in 2 weeks. We're selling on eBay for like $10 or something in hopes that I can maybe use that for weed money. Say what you will about Christmas, but at least there's far more variety in the colors of ornament. And plus, people kind of have their own flair with that anyway. Like, people kind of do their own shit with that. It's like they think of like, oh hey, you know, I want to like, you know, do some shit, you know, with, you know, Christmas, so I want to add my own style to it. So you know what? I'm gonna like, you know, do like a theme, you know, with this, you know, with these ornaments this year or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's like there's straight up just like fucking, you know, like there's a lot of variety that can go with Christmas, honestly, because it's not like a Christian thing anymore, really, at this point. I mean, realistically, it's more of like a capitalistic, you know, holiday at this point. I mean, let's just be fucking real. You know, it's just like, it's a very, like, you know, pretty consumeristic, capitalistic style, like, you know, holiday. Like, I mean, you know, like, there's a lot of gift exchange, there's a lot of, like, sales and a lot of deals and all this other shit that goes on at different stores and stuff that people, you know, take advantage of. I mean, it's like the appropriation of Santa Claus of Coca-Cola for fuck knows how long. You know, all this other stuff. I mean, you know, it's like even a polar bear, for God's sakes. You know, Coca-Cola's appropriated a goddamn fucking polar bear. I mean, for all American holidays are pretty capital. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's true. But, I mean, when we're talking about, like, you know, like, the creme de la creme, it's Christmas. Like, that's, like, we're talking like, the creme de la creme, you know, going on here. You know, it's just like, and that's what we got going on, you know, it's like, that's Christmas. Because it is, like, not just capitalistic, but hyper-capitalistic and shit. Snacks should be free to public. I don't really disagree with that. I tend to agree, honestly. Or at least, like, basic produce. Like, it shouldn't cost more than, like, a couple cents. It's like, oh, yeah, you want, like, a banana? It's like, yeah, it's, like, a couple cents. Which I guess, technically, depending on how much it is a pound, at my store, I think it's, like, 79 cents a pound or something like that. So if you literally have one banana, straight up, that might be a couple cents. But, I mean, it's just like, I mean, that should just be, like, what it should be flat out, you know, honestly. Because there's a lot of different produce that, just because of how much it is per pound, like, you might get literally one of that produce, but it's going to cost you, like, straight up, like, sometimes some produce is straight at, like, $3.49 a pound or some shit like that, right? So, like, and it's purposely done like that, because sometimes, like, that produce that's, you know, that's weighed like that is actually kind of heavy. So, like, I think there's, like, squash, I think, like, yellow butternut squash or some shit, like, the actual squash, that's, like, I think $2.99 a pound or some shit like that. And those squashes are, like, about, give or take, a half a pound, depending on how big they are. So it's like, I mean, you can have 1 or 2 or 3 of those, but that adds up a lot. And it's just like, ugh. And I know that just because I use them for target practice. And, yeah, those things can get spendy, you know, with that particular produce. Melons, too, surprisingly. So I don't bother Black Friday. Look at these Black Friday sales. Wow, just like on Christmas and Valentine's Day and St. Patrick's Day and Independence Day. And literally, like, you know, every other fucking, like, I mean, it's like, you know, all, you know, yeah. All sorts of other shit. Where shoot rifle. I mean, I'm not gonna be too specific, but it's a undisclosed location that is near this place called Corbin. It's kind of like this little small farming town out in in between, like, the Portland metro area and the Cascade Mountain Range. It's kind of in between that. It's in that area. So kind of, you know, in some of the hills and some of the little smaller mountains that kind of hug up against the Cascade Mountains and shit. Kind of in that area near the gorge. There's a lot of areas out there that are pretty good, and I have, like, a little personal favorite spot that I like to go to. How do you get out there? I just get driven up there. I mean, my dad tags along, so usually he's my ride, but if one of my friends, you know, wants to join and they have a car, usually we just take theirs. So. And also my coworkers know a couple places that they've been going to recently, and they were thinking about going shooting again sometime, so next time I go shooting, it might be where they go to. But that's if I, go with them. Ready buy cartridges. What, like my, 762 by 30? I buy that online at this point. It's cheaper and, well, it's cheaper. I mean, that's really about it. Like, it actually, has, it's just, like, actually, like, available, at least somewhere online. And it's more cheaper if I buy it, in store. And usually the store I go to, like, barely has it. I'm lucky if they have it. Are you a salad fan? I'm not tossing them in a sexual manner. I'm strictly talking about produce. Depends on the specific type of salad. I love salad kits. Dude, you should, like, see our salad kits that we get for our department. Dude, I fucking love it. It's awesome. Because sometimes we get, like, these little bags. Because technically, you're supposed to put all the ingredients in those bags and just, like, kind of, like, seal up and close the end by, like, kind of holding it. And then kind of hold the other end and just shake that motherfucker, like, to your heart's content. I don't do it that way. I kind of like just getting a big old bowl that we have and just, like, like, what I normally do for salads when I make salads and shit, at least when it comes to the salad kits that we have in our department, because we get all the ingredients, and sauce and stuff in separate little packets. What I do is, what I usually, got going on is I'll put, like, a little bit of, like, the main base of the salad, a little bit of the sides, and a little bit of sauce, and just add that shit over time as I'm mixing it. Because, honestly, it's a better result of a mix, and the salad looks a lot better at the end of it, more so than when you just add it all together and try mixing it. Because at that point, you get kind of, like, clumps and globs of, like, shit that's all kind of, like, clumped together when you are mixing it like that. And if you kind of add it a little bit over time as you're doing it, it mixes better. At least from when I've done it. I mean, you could do the same thing with the bad metric, but, I mean, you kind of get the same result if you do it all at once, either way. Sometimes kind of get shit kind of clumped up together. So that's why I do it with the bowl, and I just add stuff over time. I mix everything at once, bit by bit over time as I'm mixing it. And it's a little bit more time consuming, I guess, but honestly, the salad looks better for presentation, and honestly, people buy it more. What things often do you see in salad you wish you didn't? Vinaigrette. Dude, there's like this wine vinaigrette in like 90% of our salads that, honestly, I would love those salads if they did not have that in it. If it was like some other fucking, like, base, instead of like wine vinaigrette or some shit, or like some sort of vinaigrette base, dude, I would love, like, most of our salads in our, at least in our deli case, but it's, the main base is always that vinaigrette shit, and I just do not like that at all. It's gross. I did not like vinaigrette in salads at all. And most of our salads, I could tell based on the ingredients that I think it would be fucking fire as fuck. But it got that vinaigrette in it, and it's very strong, and I can taste it, and it's like, bleh. So I'm just like, nah, I don't want that. So I know I'm not gonna like, most of our salads, unfortunately, because of that shit. If it wasn't for it, I'd love most of our salads in there. I thought they would make them include a packet dressing on the side. Well, we have a salad case, that we serve people, and those are the salads that I'm talking about. We also have salad kits and, like, stuff like that we get shipped that are pre-made that we have on a display case. So I'm talking about the ones that we have, like, a little salad bar and shit. Honestly, one of these days I might, you know what, hold on, I could probably just kind of, I won't, here, hold on, let me see if I can actually kind of find a picture of what I'm talking about. I'm just gonna go on Google just so I don't, look up my specific stuff. images. Yeah, Safeway Deli images. Let's see here. Is this it? Yeah, actually, here you go. Yep, here you go. So, here, is there a way to have this image in a separate tab? No? Okay, well, here, let me just go here, because I think this will send me to the image. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. Open image in new tab. Here we go. So, you see all these are salads. These are the salads I'm talking about. Oh my god, I recognize every single one of these! Oh my god! This are, okay, I know what this is. This is lemon capellini pasta salad. That's, it's okay. I'm pretty sure that's a Signature Cafe classic macaroni salad right there. I think that's like a vegan buffalo or a vegan Chipotle style chicken salad. Oh my god, I know these. Oh my fucking god, no. Why is it, okay, who in the fuck made this? Why is that stacked so high? Oh my god. Why is that stacked so goddamn high up? Holy shit, why is that stacked so high? That is like a Mount Everest of salad. Is that like, what is that? Oh my god, why is that so high? Why is there so many of them? There does not need to be that many on a display like this. Holy shit. Man, corporate must have really came through this day for this picture to be a thing. Yeah, this must have been a corporate walkthrough, honestly. Yep, there's some deli meats and stuff. Yeah. Man, this is a fat fucking deli, dude. Oh my god, I can't imagine working a deli like this. Our deli is... Like, dude, our deli is... Like, our salad case is literally... Like, these... Like, about this big. It's literally about this big. Our salad case is that wide. Like, this shit is fucking huge. Like, our shit is nowhere near this big. And honestly, our salad cases are actually smaller than this. These are wider. Like, it's actually more realistically about that wide. This is about how big our salad case is. We don't have nearly as much shit. This is like a lot of shit, dude. This is a fat fucking deli. This must be in like LA or something if I had to take a guess or some shit. Maybe not LA, I don't know. Fucking, maybe like Seattle or something. I know what the dressing good place is. You'll love it. Blue cheese. Oh, God, no. Dude, fuck no. Wait, oh, you know what? I just noticed this, too. This deli had bakery deliver their bread for their sandwiches. Oh, there's those meat slices that I work with, too, that I've cut my fingers with a lot. And, yep, the bakery also, you dropped the sandwiches, you know, for our sandwich bar and shit right there. I'm saying our sandwich bar like I'm applying. This is my fuck. Oh my god, dude, I've worked at this place too long. Well, Paul's worked at Starbucks for 8 years, so that at least makes me at least not fucking that. Ugh. You know, not like, But you know what? Like, the same type of, like, design, like, with the roof, or the ceiling, like, this, like, everything is the same, though. Like, a lot of that shit is, you know, it looks very similar. Here, let's see if there's, like, some other, like, shit that I could find here that looks kind of similar. Here, let me get off of this. Let me find other... Let me see if there's some other stuff here. Kind of getting you an idea about what my workplace kind of looks like. Let's see here. Well, here's, this, let's see here. Oh my god, this gets me to a Yelp, so this is like some specific Safeway. I don't know where it is. Whoa, why do I have their phone number? What the fuck? Wait, yo, Yelp, I did not want that. Get out of here. I just want to look at their pictures. Deli with lots of delicious options, and I can barely see the picture. Well, I don't know, maybe we can kind of, like, you know, get an idea a little bit. Yeah, but this is kind of like a fat-ass salad case. I see our meatballs that we sometimes have, at least at our deli over here in the very bottom. That's you know, whatever. Yeah. It looks like a bakery. Wait, yo, hold up. Some Safeways have a bakery with a pizza? I thought the deli gets that. Wait. This Safeway, their bakery gets a pizza oven? I've heard that, at least in Oregon, the delis, if they're big enough, will get pizza ovens in the deli department. So I guess in some places, it's the bakery? Bro, I wish we had a fucking pizza oven, I'm not gonna lie. Like, that'd be some extra bullshit that we'd have to deal with, but I'd be fine with it. Because, bruh, we could just make ourselves some fucking pizzas whenever we want. Hell yeah, bro. But no, we don't get that. We're too small of a fucking store. Could barely see that picture. Oh, I have to use the app to see all the pictures? Fuck you. Alright, well, I thought we were gonna kind of at least barely see, like, half of the pictures, you know, with our, you know, some fun there, but I guess not. Here, what else? Is there any, like, is there, like, a hot case, you know, that I could look at, just so you can kind of see what, you know, the hot case looks like and what we deal with? Oh, shit, I think I found one. Yeah, well, this one looks a little different than ours, but, yeah, here, let's see. Yep, oh, yeah. Here, new tab. Yep, oh my goodness, yep. That's some rotisserie, that's our baked chicken right there. And they have it, dude, their shit's so big. So, it looks like those are the thighs, and these are also thighs. Did this store literally just have nothing but thighs, you know, for the baked chicken? And those are the chicken tenders right there, and those are the JoJo's. They did not have a lot of JoJo's, it looks like. And the fried chicken's way over there in the corner, but yep. Oh, there's those doors, yep, those little window doors. Oh my god, dude, there was one time where one of our closers a couple years back, she doesn't work there anymore. She is doing something else. I very rarely will see her come into the store occasionally, but but she accidentally fucking smashed one of these and it shattered because she accidentally dropped it on the ground. And we literally had, because we had a work order in, this is when we had our first store director where he barely did fuck all. Like, he had a work order in for it, but it never got replaced for like a few weeks, and that door, we basically had to clean the glass off of, like this, this little metal frame, and put a piece of cardboard over it. I'm not kidding. We literally had to put a piece of goddamn cardboard over it and just wait until a work order came in, for it to be replaced, so we had a new set of goddamn fucking little window doors and shit. I fucking shit you not, dude. That was at least, like, maybe 3 years ago, maybe? Just before COVID hit, if I remember correctly, or around that time. I think it was like 2019 or 2020 when that happened. It was absurd, dude. It was ridiculous. But, yeah, I mean, it's just like, this is like a bigger deli, it looks like, so, like, they have a lot of baked chicken, not a lot of fried, so maybe they, have a lot of baked chicken that's sold, so they, they prioritize baked chicken in comparison to fried, but we sell a lot of fried. We don't really prioritize baked chicken as much. At least as much as that hot case does. But, yeah, that's kind of an idea of what it looks like in those pans that, we have to use. That's what they look like, too. Same exact type of shit. And those little beams in between, we gotta clean those too. All that shit. God damn it. Why am I like, talking about, like, thinking about this much about where, I could literally just walk down there for fuck's sake. Like, I mean, what the fuck? And I'm just like, oh yeah, you wanna like, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. I literally started a stream, like, trying to get my charger from work once because I forgot it. And I'm like, you know what? While I'm here, let's have a detour. That stream is at least, that was like a month ago or so. That was, like, not that long ago. So, I mean, if you go far back enough, you will find that stream. And you'll see, like, our fryers and stuff and the whole shebang. One of these days, I might honestly start one of the streams just, like, hey, here's what it kind of looks like, just to actually kind of give a little bit of a detour. Or maybe if I'm like talking about work enough, maybe I will like, you know, if it's at least open, like night crews there, and they recognize me, but like, you know, they'll let me in, you know, because they'll be like, hey, I forgot something, wink wink. Do a little detour, check it out. But I mean, you know, I don't want to bother them. They got their own shit to deal with. Have you seen Undercover Boss? Yes, I have seen some episodes of that. There's this episode where I think also the Checkers rallies had new equipment in years, and it was like, why did it take a fucking reality show for that to finally happen? Dude, you know what? That's kind of what I loved about Undercover Boss, because, you know what? Honestly, that's what I love about that show, because it made bosses basically, you know, force themselves as a grunt labor worker and actually see what the fuck the conditions are for the workplace that they have made. And honestly, and I'm, you know, from what I've remembered from that show, some of those bosses actually kind of turned at least somewhat a new leaf and kind of like, hey, you know what? I should change some stuff a little bit. I mean, and not all of them. I remember some episodes where bosses are pretty fucking arrogant and being like, yeah, things are pretty good. It's these employees who are just being irrational and just rude and condescending and this and that and not doing the job properly that, you know, need to go. And, like, there were some arrogant fucks. And honestly, every now and then there were some employees that, you know, probably deserve to probably be cut loose, you know, a little bit. I mean, frankly. But, I mean, you know, it just kind of depends on the episode, I guess. You know, sometimes a little both. Sometimes it's like, hey, the boss needs to shape up, but they are basically saying, oh, I don't really need to because my problems are basically, you know, some of these employees who were not properly, you know, making the working conditions the way they should be and blah, 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 blah. So it's like, oh, so don't take accountability, scapegoat it and blame it on a fucking worker, cut them loose, and understaff your fucking employees and shit, and nothing really changes. Good job. You know, so every now and then there was some chuckle fucking idiots, you know, for CEOs. But honestly, there were some that were like, yo, I, you know, have been like, you know, like, hey, you know, maybe I should probably, you know, change, you know, some shit around a little bit. From Wikipedia, Undercover Boss has been criticized as a reality show for presenting scenarios, situations where rarely happen to employees in real workplaces and are affect dramatic tricks. Whose people worked anywhere? Yeah, no, dude, for real. Like, honestly, there's, like, yeah, maybe the show itself probably did some stuff, you know, stage, you know, at least kind of tangentially as kind of, you know, for dramatic purposes. But a lot of that shit happens in real life. I mean, honestly, the producers of the show did that for kind of a fucking reason. Because that shit does happen. And there's a reason why they do that, because they want to try to, like, add that type of shit, especially for the boss to see, to, you know, kind of see how the boss would react to this type of stuff, pretending to be just a fellow coworker and shit. Like, there's a reason why they do those type of things. Like, honestly, I mean, for reality TV, Undercover Boss is, like, one of the few shows that actually was, you know, kind of based a little bit. I mean, it wasn't great, you know, it wasn't the best show out there, it wasn't, like, amazing, but it was, I'd say it's at least pretty based. Because it kind of highlighted some of the legit, like, extremes, you know, even if it was a little embellished for the show, like, it does highlight some of the extremes that, you know, the average worker goes through sometimes. And especially now more than fucking ever at this point, you know, so it's just like, fuck. I mean, it's like, critique you know, if you may, but, like, I mean, I think the show, you know, had a reason, and I think it had a valid impact, you know, for that. And I personally like the show, because I think it kind of was like a reality TV show that kind of, at least in a weird way, you know, at least tangentially, kind of gave, you know, employees, like, a little bit of a voice and had a little bit more of a POV and on their side a little bit when it came to the average worker and the average grunt, you know, floor, you know, factory floor worker, so to speak, you know. So it gave a sense of, like, validity to that a little bit. Like, hey, you know, we kind of matter a little. You know, so, I mean, I honestly, you know, that's kind of why I like the show a little bit, because it kind of, you know, subtly, you know, even if some episodes and some bosses were arrogant fucks, and, you know, some episodes, you know, kind of showed that, and it wasn't always like that. I mean, you know, I think the broader point of the show was to try to, like, highlight, you know, a lot of those issues. and hopefully kind of get people aware of, like, yeah, it's not all hunky-dory. It's not just as simple as, like, oh, you know, you can get a job here and it's all good and you can get a raise and this and that, blah, 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 blah. Like, I think the whole idea of that show was kind of to highlight, like, yeah, it's not all, like, you know, flowers and rainbows, obviously. I mean, even, you know, people that, you know, say pull yourself by the bootstraps won't necessarily say that, you know, either. But they'll say that it's like, you know, as long as, you know, just like do what the boss tells you and all this other shit and, you know, blah, blah. Like, that show kind of highlighted that it ain't really always the case. And when you have, like, you know, managers and other coworkers and all these other people and shit, you know, where a boss being undercover for basically being a fellow coworker in that environment, kind of seeing the reality of the workplace and the environment that his, you know, that their company and that their working conditions have propped up. It does, you know, for some of these people, and that show really did show it for a lot of these different bosses, you know, that they, you know, would take and shit, you know, that, hey, it was a reality check for them a little bit. It's like, hey, be in their shoes for a little bit, see how they fucking feel given the conditions that you put them in for a while. And for a lot of them, it's like, oh, yeah, maybe I should change shit. Like with the rallies or that checkers that you were talking about. I mean, and I remember some episodes straight up being like that, where like bosses be like, oh fuck yeah, let me change these conditions, because I mean, it's not just, you know, some workers being all rowdy and, you know, underperforming or this and that. It's like, yeah, I wasn't actually being totally aware about like what was going on, and I need to, you know, kind of self-reflect a little bit and pay more attention, you know, to the, you know, to, you know, my coworkers and my employees a little bit, you know, kind of be more on the ground every now and then. Actually, there's like a company that's based here in Milwaukee called the Bob's Red Mill, and he the guy Bob, he still is alive and still kicking, and he's and the main factory and the main plant is here in town and shit, and that guy will still like be on the factory floor and hang out and talk with coworkers and shit like that, because my friend works over there and for the company and shit, and he sees him not like regularly necessarily, but you'll see him every now and then, and he's a very friendly dude and actually like kind of gives a fuck like, and actually like being on the factory floor a little bit and all that shit, and you know, kind of mingling with his coworkers and stuff, he does kind of give a shit. And from my understanding, he's actually a really cool dude. Really nice guy, very humble dude, from my understanding. Like a boss that very, like, kind of an exemption to the rule, sadly. A boss that cares. And a boss that gives a fuck. I mean, it's not just all about profit for that boss. And it's just like, man, that's like, I mean, it's like a diamond in the rough right there. It's like, goddamn. It kind of makes me want to work for them. I mean, they're non-union, but the caveat is that they're a work co-op, though. That's kind of a little bit of a difference to it, too. Like, they still technically have a CEO, like, you know, when it comes to Bob's Red Mill, but it's a worker co-op. Like, you know, when you work for them, you have a say, you know. It's basically kind of cutting out the middleman of a union and basically putting that structure within the workplace itself and within the company. So it's like, I mean, I'm in favor of that structure, you know, as, you know, like, too. So it's like, I'm not dogging on it. How about work cooperatives where workers are union members? I mean, I agree with that, too. I mean, I definitely ain't going to disagree with that. I, you know, think that should be a thing. But, you know, it kind of puts a lot of that structure when it comes to work co-ops, you know, within, you know, kind of the company and how it works and shit a little bit. Which is why I don't really dog on it either. But, nonetheless, it's like, I would also agree with that. Like, fundamentally, especially to my root, yeah, I would want that. And I think that could be something that could be possible and tangible. But, you know, at least, you know, all things considered, I mean, he's got a good gig, and the pay and the benefits are pretty well. You know, I'd say, like, tangential to probably what, like, at least, like, a bare minimal union contract would probably be. Scroll down to the United States section and read the last paragraph. Alright, here, let me, international broadcasts. Where would it be? Franchises? Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I say it's last paragraph. Where is it? Okay, here it is. It's been criticized as a reality show presenting scenario. Scroll up. Okay, yeah, no, alright, I got it. Undercover Boss has been criticized as a reality show for presenting scenarios and situations where rarely happen to employees in real workplaces and are, in fact, dramatic tricks. Others point out that CEOs in real life workplaces do not typically go out of their way to provide gifts and extra benefits and frontline employees at the expense of the bottom line. Well, yeah, of course. Alex McVeigh of the AV Club was severely critical of the show Undercover Boss for some of the most blatant propaganda on American television. Oh my god. Yeah, give me a break. It's a shameless endorsement of capitalist inequality that may as well end each episode by reminding everyday Americans that they shut up, be grateful that their lives are controlled by such selfless exemplars of virtue. It's classical for in everything but name. I mean, I think overall, like, the show, I think, overall, I think is kind of saying a little subtly that, like, I don't know. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen a show. I mean, I will admit, I haven't seen, like, the entire thing in its entirety. But I've seen enough episodes to know what it is, know the premise and the concept and shit like that. And, I mean, it's definitely, I do understand, I think, think there's definitely valid criticism, because I know that, like, at the end of the show, especially when it came to specific co-workers or employees that would be, kind of, noted, by the boss and kind of pulled aside and be like, hey, I'm going to give you a gift and give you this and that, because, you've been, really good and, been a really, exemplary worker and that type of shit and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, and that, I think there's definitely some validity to it. It's like these stories the media pushes for someone's boss, where someone's boss faces a medical death. Look, slaves, you're being taken care of, so stop worrying. Yeah. I mean, when you put it that way, for sure, yeah. I mean, because honestly, I mean, at the end of the day, it is reality TV, and it has, like, a for-profit narrative. I mean, honestly, I think if there is any, like, kind of, like, weird pro-worker sense, it's just basically because it accidentally and unintentionally is doing that when it came to certain bosses and maybe certain episodes. Because I remember at least some being kind of like that, but all in all, like, I mean, because, like, there were at least, I remember some employees or, like, some coworkers, some places where, they would just kind of, let their heart out and, like, say, like, ideas about when it came to, like, certain things and shit. And, I mean, it was obviously on air and they let it on TV and shit. And it's, like, it was definitely very critical when it came to things like bosses or, the workplace, or when it came to, like, the whole kind of paradigm a little bit. It would never be, like, in very specific detail, but kind of vaguely enough to insinuate those things. But that's kind of the issue. It's, like, some episodes, and the ones that I kind of remember, from what I've seen. It's not what the whole premise of the show was, which, all in all, like I said, it was a for-profit show, it was a reality TV show, and yeah, it definitely had a lot of dramatic events, but at the same time, it's like a lot of those dramatized events is what actual workers, also kind of deal with at times and shit. Honestly, I remember at least a few things that I know were obviously kind of purposely dramatic, kind of like meant to be dramatic, events and shit that, like for the show that were, it's like, shit, I kind of relate to it, a little bit. There's definitely, some, analogy, to some of, experiences I've had in, working in retail, where some of those places, at least when it came to the episodes that pertain to retail, that I kind of, like, yeah, I feel it. I mean, even fucking tonight, I had to deal with a goddamn Karen and shit. And I was talking about it earlier in the stream, like, for the first, like, 10, 20 minutes. If you think I'm hoping highlights to how shittily biz maintain things. Finally, we got you a new drink fountain, so Mold doesn't get in your sodas. Guys watching Who Ate There for Years, about to throw up. Dude, for real. And also, man, dude, our soda fountain shit, like, we haven't had one since COVID started, but we used to have a little soda fountain on our deli department, and honestly, like, that thing gave us so many goddamn fucking issues. Like, the drain for it at one point stopped working somehow. Like, it got clogged or some shit. And the only reason why it got clogged is because it somehow had, like, a bacterial civilization that ended up literally, like, filling up the hole or something. I'm not even kidding. It was, what? It was insane. And that built up, not, like, the civilization of bacteria, but, like, but, like, what was supposed to drain through eventually kind of built up into the actual, like, soda fountain itself. So, like, the thing where, like, right below where you, like, that little tray below where, like, there's, like, a little hole where all that drains, that would sometimes, kind of build up occasionally. Every now and then. And it's like and it wasn't because, like, we weren't, like, not maintain it. It's like somehow, like, at least at the actual drain part of it, that's where it kind of fucked up, and they had to, and this was like, I think, early 2019, so like a year before COVID and shit happened, when they took it out entirely. They pulled it all out, had to go into the drain and shit, and fucking, like, basically, like, just eliminate and just eviscerate and do, like, bacterial genocide in the entire drain, and get it all back together, and then shit was actually working pretty fine at that point. It was just make sure that, like, those little, like, soda fountain little top things, like, those little tops where, all comes out, we just take those off, unscrew those off real quick, and wash those, and then, just put them back on, once, they're all dry and whatever. So, I mean, it's not like we weren't, not cleaning the soda fountain or anything, because we will deal with that type of shit. But, like, the drain itself that it all connected to was what got fucked up. Which just fucked everything else up. It was just like, oh my god. It was ridiculous. Then COVID hit because, we don't want people getting infected, with that, potentially. They took it out and just never have brought it back, and I don't think we're ever getting it back. I mean, at this point, we probably would have had it back by now if they were going to bring it back, so. Well, then again, our store is basically running around with chicken with his head cut off at this point, so, I mean, who fucking knows? I don't even know anymore. These bacteria are carving stone tablets of loss and tax goes in them out of the Rosetta tablets. Yeah. The Rosetta tablets, yep. Dude, they were basically having their own sophisticated languages developed and shit, and we just genocided it all. I remember hearing about a story about how Jimmy John's subs weren't letting employees take sick days. You guys are letting sick people make our food. Dude, you want to hear something fucking crazy? Our old store director, the one I had for multiple years, and before people complained enough about him that he eventually was booted out, he unironically would be like, hey, unless you have a doctor's note, you need to come in. And that means, like, if you actually have a cold and you're like, hey, I don't feel like I can come in, it's like, well, do you have a doctor's note? It's like, well, no, I'm, like, sick. I just woke up. Like, I know I'm sick. I mean, I'm not going to be able to come in. It's like, well, you need to have a doctor's note, and if not, you need to come in, blah, 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 or else it's a no-show. And that basically is, like, guilt-tripping you, and basically, if you have a cold or something, just go in and fucking work while you're sick and shit. And there was even times, when COVID was going on, where he'd be like, I don't really care, you need to show up. Unless you have, like, you could show up here and, and get a COVID test to confirm that it's positive and make sure and double check. And then, if so, then you can go back home. And if not, then you need to go to work. And it's like, what? It's like they say, hey, I have COVID, I need to stay home. And it's like, oh, well, you need to be here to double check and make sure, by getting an immediate COVID test, by our pharmacy here at the store. It's like, oh, yeah, let me just walk in and get a bunch of fucking people sick, you psycho. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, sneeze on. My God. I mean, man, dude. Now that I'm really thinking about this type of, some of the shit that, when it came to sanitation and stuff, oh my God, dude. Wow. Also, there was one time where it's like, hey, there's nobody else but me that, could potentially help, come in when I need be called in one day. And I was already day drinking with one of my friends, and we were about to split, and I was, finishing up my burr, and then one of my friends sent me, one of my coworkers sent me, I was like, hey, can you come in a little bit later? We need an extra closer because, the other one called out. I was like, I've been kind of drinking a little bit. I don't think I could come in. And they're like, well, how much? And I'm like, 2 beers, about to finish the third. It's like, all right, hold on. You'll, like, all right, well, that's fine, And then later it's like, hey, we, mentioned to the store director, and they said as long as you're not physically intoxicated, you're okay to work. And it's like, wait a minute. So, because break this down. It's like, wait, physically intoxicated. That means I can be drunk, and as long as I can fake it till I make it, basically, and like, oh yes, I'm a sober doper, and I am not drunk whatsoever, sir. It's like, as long as I can basically do that shit while I'm drunk as a skunk, like, and I'm not physically intoxicated, then, oh, like, I can show up to work? Huh? And I work with slicers, like sharp objects and fires, like hot things that you can burn yourself with and shit, stuff like that. Great idea there, buddy. It's like, what? I mean, when I got that text back, I was just like, oh my god. Have you worked time before? Oh, fuck yeah. Like, oh, stoned? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That I don't give a fuck about. Like, I mean, it's retail. Like, I mean, at customer service, I mean, you kind of have to be high. Like, at least on weed, yeah. I mean, dude, I get, like, I'll smoke a... Dude, I went to... Before I left for work, I did a stream, I smoked a fat bowl and then left. Like, once I wrapped it up, I, like, smoked one more fat toke for the rest of my bowl after I let my dog back inside and just walked right out the door. Like, I was fucking flying high, when I went to work today, dude. Like, when it comes to weed, like, I could function with that shit lickety split high as a kite. I don't give a fuck. In fact, I honestly kind of, work better high, honestly. In fact, I know I do. You should have drunk more. Just show up and be like, what's up, guys? I mean, honestly, depending on the workplace, I mean, on your lunch break, I mean, I think 1 beer could be okay for, certain workplaces and shit. Like, in retail setting, like, in my setting, I think... Well, maybe not a deli setting necessarily, but like at like a checker or PIC or warehousing or something like that. Like, I mean, one of these I think could be okay. What was exactly position? Deli? Like a deli clerk. Like, I mean, I work in a deli. So. Did I say 3 bottles? I meant 7. Honestly, I should caveat, like, maybe, like, one of those, like, little, like, small beer cans, some shit, like, it's, like, about, yeah, I mean, it's like a little soda can that comes in one of those, like, little 12-pack things or whatever, right? Like, one of those. Like, I think everybody should be entitled to, like, a little, like, Bush or something. Okay, maybe not a Bush, but you get my point. Like, a 4 to 5% ABV thing. A little something to kind of take the edge off while you're having some food and stuff, because most of the alcohol is going to be absorbed with your food that you have on your lunch break anyway, so. Bush. I've had Bush, honestly, like, when it comes to, like, the cheap-ass, like, piss water beers, that ain't the worst. Coolers, Bud Light, Budweiser, PBR, that shit's fucking piss. That's just garbage. Bush is alright. Fucking, Rainier's pretty decent. I actually kind of like Rainier a little bit. Like, if I see, like, a 24-pack of Rainier, I see that fucking green cardboard box of, like, Rainiers, I'm gonna like, alright, okay. I'm gonna be like, alright, that's alright. At least it's, some water I can drink. Also, like, when it comes to, like, you know, the cheap-ass, like, you know, beers, when it comes to that type of stuff, like, Rainier, honestly, is, like, the one I would go for. Like, get, like, a 24-pack of Rainier or some shit. That I honestly, like, Rainier's honestly the ones I would actually like. And they usually come in, like, a green box. Like, if you find, like, a 24-pack from them, they usually kind of come in a green box or something like that. So... I mean, honestly, I'm sure you could probably find them in, like, single cans and stuff like that, too. But Rainiers are actually pretty good. I mean, when it comes to the piss water stuff, just saying, like, if there's literally nothing else and all you got is, like, some Rainiers or some shit that, you know, to try to get a buzz off of, then, you know, I go for that. West Coast. I mean, to be fair, that's also West Coast shit. I mean, I'm sure none of you know what I'm talking about. I can show you what I'm talking about, though. Let's see. Rainier. I just burped out my nose. Oh, you know what? Never mind. They don't do the green box anymore. They do something different. They have like a white box that has kind of like a gold, you know, band around it. Images. Here. Or it's just a regular old... here we go. But it look like this now. I guess they changed the design. They did not used to look like this. But I guess they look like this now. Like, these are honestly okay. Like, when it comes to, like, you know, the piss water stuff, you know, when it comes to that type of stuff, like the Budweiser's, Busch, PBR, Rainier, you know, all that shit, like, this is, like, on the upper end. This is on the upper level. Like, this is at least very tolerable. Like, you know, it's the one that I personally, you know, can at least tolerate out of all those. So, Youngling. I mean, this sounds interesting. Sounds very German. Why should we hire you? Because I'm the only interview you've had in months. Funny enough, at our workplace, we have a lot of people that, you know, get interviews and shit. It's just that, where do we want to rope-a-dope them? And then have them sent to the wolves. We actually have a new hire that, you know, his third day was yesterday, basically. And straight up, like, he's like, man, they don't really give you any training here, huh? He was telling me that. I'm like, yeah, they don't. I was like one of the last people that got, like, bare minimum of any type of training possible. And even then, I was kind of thrown to the wolves. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of what they did with me. They kind of gave me, like, bare minimum and threw me to the wolves. So I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what they do. That's kind of what they do now. So, I mean, because honestly, at least when I was, you know, when I first got hired and shit 7 years ago, like, we at least have enough staffing at that point to where it's like, all right, we can at least, you know, train somebody, have, you know, someone like me chaperone somebody. But now, nah, good luck, have fun, you know, if you need help, ask me a question, you know, like, good luck, buddy. Thrown to the wolves. Like, I mean, that's literally is pretty much just what it is. It's like, motherfuck, man. I feel bad for the dude. But luckily, I mean, you know, he likes, you know, like, everyone in the department so far. You know, he's vibing with everyone. I like him. He's a pretty cool dude. And, you know, he's actually apparently worked at the store before, which I never knew that. Like, I mean, but apparently he has. Apparently he used to do, like, some PIC or, like, not PIC, fucking warehousing and, like, courtesy stuff before, so. I mean, he is in the area. I mean, I've seen him before, but, you know, so I recognize him and shit. But, like, I mean, I never knew he worked here before. So, I mean, he came back after some time and shit, and now he's just like, man, I thought they would at least train me a little more over here. And I'm like, no, they don't. Like, they don't, bro. this whole genre out there of middle-aged white guy beer podcasting. I know there is. Actually, there's like a YouTube short channel. I think it's called Brewersy, I think. Brewersy, I think. I think it is. Here, you know what? Let me go to my YouTube history page, because I know I was watching one of their YouTube shorts earlier. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Because he does like a lot of whiskey stuff. Like, that's his like main thing. Some whiskeys and some bourbons. And where the fickety fuckety is it? I know I was watching it not that long ago. Here, let me just like really peruse these, you know. Where is this fella? Oh, found him. Bruzelli, or Bruzilli, I think. That's the name of the channel. That's what it is. Here, I can show you what one of those things are.
Blanton's. One is a bottle that's going for well over $100 on the secondary market that y'all are having a hard time finding. And one is like a $30 bottle that I can find fairly regularly. This one has a much lower Bruzel score than the Blanton's. Can I actually tell them apart, or am I full of shit? Let's find out.
You full of shit. You understand that?
Jill has blinded these for us, so I have no idea which one's which, although you know. Let's start with this one. Ooh, dangerous. That's the Blanton's. Let's see if I'm right. Oh, look at me! I am not full of shit. I kind of know what I'm talking about, but honestly, that was more difficult than I anticipated.
I mean, I hate how the YouTube Shorts, when it's in this format, this like gets like the middle square of everything, so everything's cut off, and you just kind of see his beard. But yeah, the Blanton's is that like other bottle, that the one on the left. Well, I guess now right there it's on the right, but the Buffalo Trace is on the left and Blanton's is on the right. And I love it when he took a sip of the Blanton's, he's like, ooh, that's dangerous. Which sounds good to me. Ooh, give me some of that. Yummy, yummy for my tummy. I mean, Portland socialist podcasts out there? I mean, specifically Portland? I don't fucking know. I mean, there's like a lot of like left-leaning socialist podcasts and shit like that out there, but I mean, from Portland directly, I don't know. I guess literally the only one I would know is David Rovix, but he's like mostly a music artist, and he kind of does like little, I mean, not like podcasts necessarily, but he does like kind of like little talks and stuff like that where he live streams them, but they're not like podcasts necessarily because he isn't like reacting to like chat and stuff like that. But he's not really like an outright socialist. He's just a full-on anarchist. So. Hold up. Why do you want to work for us? Since I was a little kid, I had a passion and dream. I'm not. Oh my god. I listen to an educated for some gay Jewish guy from somewhere in the USA that makes sophisticated videos about grapevine varietals. I mean, hey, go for it, my boy. It's all good, man. I'm not like, besmirching that. I mean, hey, if anything, I'm kind of curious about what that is too. That sounds sophisticated and interesting. I mean, I don't know much about grape wine. I'm not like a wino. I mean, Oregon, especially in the Willamette Valley, has a lot of wino, yuppie, fucking bougie sophisticates and shit. So, I mean, it's like we have our fair share of them out here. I like Honeywood wine. I mean, that's out from the Willamette Valley. That shit's so good. I don't know if it's out there in the South or in the Carolinas or in Georgia or anything, but if you ever find Oregon Honeywood wine, oh my fucking god, y'all gotta try that shit. It's so good. It's probably Honeywood. You know what? Hold on. Let me try to confirm it. Did it look like... Hold on, let me find the bottle. Images. Ooh, look at that beautiful bottle. Oh, so pretty. Hold on. Enhance. Of course my fucking, like, the Safeway website pulls up first. Hold on. Can I open this in a new tab? I can. Here we go. Oh, it's kind of pixelated. Whatever. They kind of look like this. They kind of have that, like, Honeywood logo, even though it's pixelated as fuck. I mean, but, you know, you kind of see it. They kind of look like that. I don't think so. There might be a different wine then. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, because Oregon's got, like I said, a lot of wineries, especially in the Willamette Valley. There's a lot of vineyards out there. Like, if you go down I-5, if you're, like, going from Portland to Eugene or something like that, for say, you know, you'll see a lot of vineyards. And a lot of cow pastures, too. You'll see a little bit of both. And some lavender fields, too, and some other stuff. Eugene's cool. Yeah, Eugene's pretty cool. I've been down there because my brother used to live there for a time. And also used to go down there because during the pep band, there was times where our high school basketball team actually made state. So the state champions for like the high school state champion teams and shit like that, or at least, you know, for all that type of shit, would go to, you know, Eugene for that and play at the St. Matthews fucking basketball stadium or whatever the fuck it was. I know it's like St. Matthews something, but it was in University of Oregon in Eugene. It was pretty cool, honestly. Because, like, the University of Oregon campus is, like, really fucking cool. It's actually really huge. There's a link. What is this? It's a YouTube thing. Am I gonna
welcome to the wine.
A wine Oregon wine? Oh my goodness. Welcome to the wine cast. You know what? Hold up. A little history. Vinifera arrives in Oregon by middle of the 19th century. So, you know, Oregon Trail stuff. Early industry focused on fruit wine production. Yep, because there's a lot of fruits that, you know, can thrive around here. Modern era of Vinifera production begins in 1960. I'm assuming that just means kind of like wine production and stuff like that. In 1961, Richard Summers. That's a familiar name. Hillcrest Vineyard. That's another familiar name. Followed by other quality-minded growers and winemakers. C. Curry, Delet, and C. Earth, Lincoln-Elia, 1979. Oregon awarded top Pinot Noir, Early Vineyards. That these sound so familiar. Here, hold on. All right, so wait, where's this other? Yeah, where's Oregon now? Yeah, here we go. Go back. Here we go. Ranks 4th in U.S. terms of production. Yeah, top 5, baby. Around 3 million cases per year. 34,000 acres under vine. This sounds accurate. That kind of confirm. 69% of that acreage is in the Willamette Valley. See what I mean? Told you. I'm not bullshitting you when I say that. I said that earlier, and that proves my point. An A69. Alright. Top varieties: Pinot Noir, Pinot Gris, Chardonnay, Syrah, Cabernet. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know all these fucking. Are your siblings half siblings? I mean, yeah, technically. Sister, my dad's side, fucking brother, mom's side. So, yeah. Oregon is very much boutique industry. That's true. Ranks third for number of wineries. That sounds accurate. 70% of wineries produce less than 5,000 cases per year. So that means very localized, basically. Oregon's largest producer, King Estate, makes 400,000 cases a year. Damn, that's a lot. Average bottle price 2018 is $16 about, or $10 in Washington and $7 in California. Most of Oregon wine consumed domestically, yeah, sounds right. But 94,000 cases in international markets. Canada 49%, UK and Japan leading pack. Ooh, hey, some of our stuff is having international tastes too. Nice. Here's what else is there?
An emphasis on bulk wine production, much like New Zealand's industry halfway across the world.
Yes, the growing region of Oregon. So, ooh, this is interesting. So it's either, okay, so you know what, here, let me enhance this really quick. So so the growing regions, this is very accurate, and you can kind of see Salem, and actually the very bottom of where the circle is kind of where Eugene is. So a lot of that is where a lot of these vineyards are, and also east of the Cascade Mountains, which is in between all of this. In between this is where Mount Hood, the Three Sisters, Mount Jefferson, I believe. All these mountains are in the Cascade Mountain range is in between all this. So basically a lot of our wine production is either in the Willamette Valley, which predominantly is 69%, like I said, you know, and all that. Or it's going to be in the Yamhill, Carson, or the Chelan Mountain regions, the shit, which is going to be in the eastern Oregon area, which is going to be east of the Cascade Mountains. So, hey. I mean, there's some little bit of geography information for you. But, but, hey, nonetheless, that's pretty cool. I mean, because I kind of knew that about Eastern Oregon as well. There are vineyards and stuff like that out there, and wineries out there, but I didn't know it was actually that prominent. So, hey, even for me, the more you know. Cool.
Generalities, though, and the weather can vary, sometimes wildly from year to year in the Willamette.
No shit. Yeah, the Cascade Mountains can be thanked for that. We're in a valley, so a lot of those mountains hug up, against a lot of the weather and cloud formations. So a lot of clouds build up in the Willamette Valley, and that leads to some pretty drastic, weather conditions and stuff. A lot of rain. I could narrate this shit, goddammit. There's a lot of rain that happens because of that type of stuff. In fact, we're having some right now a little bit, off and on. It's kind of mostly cloudy because, a lot of those clouds are building up against the Cascade Mountain range. So there's a lot of different variables like that. I mean, there's also the coastal mountain range a little bit that kind of adds like this little, the whole valley pocket, of the Willamette Valley. I mean, obviously, hence the name, where, winds either are primarily going to be going either north or south. They're going one way or another. They're not really going east or west because of, the little pinch that's in. So, if there is any weather formation that kind of, moves up against the Cascades, a lot of that basically goes and then goes either north or south, and the Willamette Valley, kind of goes either or. And also, the Willamette River goes north for the most part. It goes, most of the time up north, because it's feeding into the Columbia River, which is where Oregon's border, at least for all the way up, pretty much all of the northern border of Oregon is pretty much the Columbia River. And yeah, the Willamette River feeds in, at least for Portland, that kind of where the circle is a little bit, and a lot of that river's feeding up north. It's one of the few rivers that feed north, actually. I thought it was pronounced Willamette. No, it's Willamette. Everyone up here says Willamette.
A real issue in wines produced there. There are currently 7 sub-appellations in the Willamette Valley: Yamhill Carlton, Chehalem Mountains, Ribbon Ridge, Dundee Hills, McMinnville, Eola Amity Hills, and the recently added...
I know where all these places are. Willamette. Yep.
These sub-apps huddle together between Portland and Salem and are considered some of the best terroirs for growing Pinot Noir, as well as other members of the Pinot family in the state.
Oh my god, this guy way knows too much about wine. I mean, I wouldn't know about that. I just see vineyards and I'm like, oh, that's where wine is. What's McMinnville? It's a town. It's a town in west of Portland. It's actually where the Evergreen Air Museum is. It's west of McMinnville. God damn it, I know way too much about this place. Could be a little tour guide for everybody up here. You know what? Wait, hold on. I kind of want to see a little more about this. I want to see more of this. Kind of skip up a little bit. Oh my god, he goes in more detail. And what's up with the... I guess I'm assuming there could be, some vineyards that could grow up in the gorge a little bit, or at least kind of like in the Columbia River Valley Basin area, like kind of like in the Eastern Oregon region up there in the north. I never really seen any up there. I've traveled up that highway up and down the Columbia River all the way up, where those soakers are up there. I've never personally seen vineyards up there. So, I mean, maybe there's a couple. But maybe it's, like, very, very local stuff. Like, I mean, you can only, like, find it, like, up in that area. Because I know there's, like, this, a cider and, like, ale that's grown up in, or, not grown, fucking brewed up in Hood River. Which is, here, let me enhance this. It's in between the, fuck. It's kind of, like... geography wise, it's kind of like, alright, so Portland is that black dot in this big main circle in the Willamette Valley. If you like that blue circle where it kind of cuts into the edge of the Oregon border, that's kind of where the Dalles are, another town. And if you were to go just a tad further, that's kind of where Hood River is. And basically in that region, you can get this stuff called foxtail cider. Oh my fucking god, it is so delicious. And that shit gets you drunk so quick. I'm not even kidding. That shit gets you drunk quick. So like it fucks you up real quick, and it is some good stuff. And you don't even taste alcohol in it. It's like a nice thick, flavorful, like fruity cider. Is so delicious. Oh my god, foxtail cider is just amazing, and it's only up in Hood River. Like, I mean, I think they're in some other towns like the Dalles and some other places where it can be sold, but the main source is up in Hood River, and it's so goddamn good. Oh my god, it's amazing. Where's Bend? Here, let me enhance this again. Like, it's kind of it's south of Salem. It's not really south of Eugene, it's east of Eugene. So it's kind of in the mountains a little bit. It's in the Cascade Mountains. It's kind of nestled on the west side of the Cascade Mountains, east of Eugene and south of Salem. It's kind of nestled in there a little bit, at least in this map a little. Oh god damn it! Ah, meow. Okay, there we go. I don't know why I thought that would bring the stream back. There we go. Yeah. Or Florence, or Coos Bay. That's not how you spell Coos Bay. It's just C-O-O-S. But Coos Bay... you know what? Hold on. Let me just bring the goddamn actual fucking map here. You know, since you're wondering where some of these towns are and shit. Hold on. turn that. Turn my location off. I just want to make sure that's the case. And we'll do this. Let's go to the maps. Oh. Let's do this. Oh. Here we go. Okay. Alright, now we're expanded way the fuck out. So, you wanna know where Coos Bay is? Alright, so there's Coos Bay. So that's where you kind of want to know where it is. It's southwest of Eugene. So there's Eugene. So basically, you would take I-5 if you wanted to get to it. Take I-5. And then basically take Highway 38 all the way to Reedsport. Go south, and you'll go to Coos Bay on the 101. And Bend, like I said, east of Eugene, right there. Boom. So, there's Bend. In Florence, I don't even know where the... To be honest, I don't even know where the hell that is in conjunction with everything. I'll have to look that up. But here, let me do this just so I don't exactly go too close to where I'm at. Florence, Oregon. Oh! It's like on the way to Coos Bay. Oh, okay, here you go. So, it's... Okay, so basically, you know that whole route to Coos Bay from Eugene? Instead of that, go north. And Florence is right there. Right there for everybody. Boom. It's north of Coos Bay. And east of Eugene. It's actually more east of you. Actually, instead of that, you could take 126. Highway 126. All the way to Florence instead. So, if you want to go there, just go to Eugene from I-5. If you're from going to Portland, I guess. If you're leaving from Portland and wanting to go to, like, Florence, you go to Eugene and then take Highway 126 all the way to Florence. And if you wanted to go to Coos Bay as well, just take the Highway 101 all the way down. And there you go. So, boom. Yeah, there you go. There's some geography of Oregon there for you. I like how there's Bend, but then there's North Bend next to Coos Bay. It's like you would think North Bend would be, you know, north of actual Bend, Oregon, but nah, it's north of Coos Bay. What the fuck? I never even noticed that. What the hell? I never even noticed that until just now. Like, what the fuck? Honestly, I'm gonna laugh even more so if there's unironically a North Bend in around Bend. Nope, there's Deschutes in Tumalo and Redmond, Eagles Crest. Yeah, nope, there ain't. I've never been to Bend. I still need to go to goddamn Bend. Bend just is kind of like one of those cool fucking towns, and it's like a major ski and snowboarding town too. Like, this is like the time of year for me to be down there. Sounds awesome. And I want to go to Crater Lake too. I've never been there yet. I'm ashamed. I'm like born and raised Oregonian and never been to Crater Lake. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with me? That is a travesty right there, son. Born and raised here, and I've never been to Crater Lake. Been in pretty much like in like at least most of every other landmark, but that place, no, never been there. It's a travesty. It's a travesty, I say. I had chocolate milk earlier, and my lactose intolerance is acted up. Well, that sounds unfortunate. Because of my liquid courage consumption, my bladder's acting up. So, here. I'll be right back here real quick, yeah. Oh. What, you're just gonna sit there? Aw. You look so cute just sitting there. Look at you. Are you gonna come here? Come here. You show up last second, bro. That's on you. Little bastard. He was here near the entire time, wasn't he? And then, as I'm walking out, he wants to butt in. It's like, dude, you're supposed to follow me the entire time. He usually does. That's like the first time. He's like, no, I'm just gonna be right here. Don't give a fuck. Boop. Booty slap. Booty slaps. What you gonna do? What you gonna do about that, huh? Come here. I know we'll make you get over here. Come here. Come here. Oi. Hey, little hoe. Come here. Come here. That's not. That's the opposite of what coming here means. Yeah. There you go. Hi. Paw. BB. Yeah. Good boy. Eh. Jesus, you little savage. Oh, you little savage boy, you. Yes. What? Look at you. Yeah. You're entrapped. You're entrapped in my grasp now. That's what you get. Yeah. Get fluffed up. That's what you deserve. Little jerk. Hey, can you not knock my light over? You've done that multiple times. Very recently, too. I don't need you to continue to do that. That's annoying. Whatever will I do with him? He's just like an absurd little menace to society. Just an utter menace to society. It's just like... When's the Geneva... Like, where's like the Geneva Conventions when you need them? When's the Nuremberg trials where you need them? It's like on one hand, I guess they were too soon because they forgot one suspect to fucking try in those trials. They forgot one. There's one that was lacked in those trials. Boo.
In what?
Are you just gonna get? You're just like, yo, like, you're just like, here, Winecast. Check out this guy. Who is this? What is this? Here, you know what? Because honestly, this guy does have like a... We'll do a 1.25. Here we go. Fuck it.
The Winecast. The 25th of Kislev is almost upon us, and that means that everyone's favorite Jewish holiday is just around the corner, Hanukkah. Okay,
Hanukkah!
So I'm not sure it's everyone's favorite Jewish holiday. In fact, I'm not even sure that it's my favorite, though I do like it quite a bit. But it is a great holiday, and it also gives me a chance to talk about and dive a little deeper into a subject that otherwise might never get a dedicated cast: wine and fried foods, since those are a staple of this holiday.
Okay.
Before starting, though, I want to give a quick shout out to a fellow YouTuber, Scott P., whose channel, The Rookie Wine and Whiskey.
All right, let's get into it.
The Rookie Wine and Whiskey Enthusiast.
Oh my
Both
God.
being too long and complex to cover here, in fact.
Okay, World's Fast Hanukkah Culinary Primer, truly a minor Jewish holiday. Minor? I thought it was a major. Like, I've always learned about Hanukkah basically being like the primary Jewish minor? Okay, whatever. Alright. Food-wise, fried foods, potato, pancakes. But yeah, aye, laddie. The Jews also have a little bit of the Irish blood in them. Aye, they got the good potato pancakes. Nice. Fritters, which are latkes, fried pastries, nice. Dairies and cheese. I'm about dairies. Cheese picky about, but hey, you know, if cheese good, cheese good.
Videos in the description that'll give you some background if you're interested. For our purposes, though, all you need to know is that at some point in its history, the holiday became associated with a miraculous story that involved oil that was used in the reconsecration of the Jewish...
Oil? America! Fuck yeah! Hey, I heard oil.
particularly awful desecration of that.
I'm assuming a different type of oil, obviously.
The connection to oil has made it traditional to celebrate this holiday with fried foods, and let's be real, what's not to love about that? Any particular fried foods? Well, though different Jewish communities throughout the world celebrate the holiday with a whole host of different fried treats, two of them have become famous. First, fried potatoes in the form of a savory pancake or fritter that actually go by different names depending on the location of the Jewish community that they're traditional to, but that are most commonly known as latkes. And fried pastries...
Latkes? Dude, oh my god, look at that. That just looks like a fucking stuffed jelly donut. Dude, hell yeah, dude. Bruh. This is what they've been holding out on us? Yo. Excuse me, can I have some? That looks amazing. It looks delicious.
Very closely resemble, may or may not be filled, but are usually always sweet and are collectively known by the name sufganiyot. Incidentally, though these two treats, latkes and sufganiyot, rule the roost these days in terms of what gets served at a Hanukkah celebration, one of the earliest traditional foods was actually fried cheese curd. Think something like an early version of a mozzarella.
Uh-oh, the Wisconsins got involved. The Midwestern Wisconsins got involved with this. The Minnesotans got involved. Gotta have some cheese curds with this, eh? Hey, how you doing? And tell the folks I said, hey there, eh? I'm gonna make sure I get myself a little extra, side of cheese curds.
And that the holiday was originally, and still is to some extent, associated with eating dairy products rather than meat. Why the shift from cheese to dairy-free options like potato fritters and donuts? Well, because, fun fact, back when the bulk of the Jewish population was concentrated in areas like Spain and North Africa, the cooking fat of choice was olive oil. But as the weight of the population shifted to Northern and Eastern Europe, where olive oil was a luxury, the cooking fat of choice became the much more available and affordable rendered goose fat. And since according to
goose fat, huh?
Jewish law, mixtures of meat products like rendered animal fat and dairy products like cheese aren't kosher or acceptable for Jewish consumption, cheese curd was out and potatoes and donuts were in. Regardless of what you fry and what you fry it in, a wine drinker is faced with some challenges when it comes to pairing wine with something that's had extended contact with hot fat. What's the challenge? Pretty simple, really. Frying adds a definite richness to foods, but residual fat can also coat the palate, dulling the experience of any wine that you're drinking. What's the solution? Well, it's pretty simple too. You want to drink something with high acid, and though this really isn't necessary, but it's quite nice, with some bubbles. Why? Well, contrary to what you might think, most acids found in wine don't dissolve oils and fats. So the acid isn't directly clearing your palate. Instead, the acid stimulates salivation, and that helps carry away excess fat from your mouth and thus freshens your palate. Much like acid, bubbles don't...
Man, I mean, honestly, it's actually kind of cool that there's, like, a little bit of the science to wine and stuff like that, but, like, oh my lord. It's like, why is there still... I mean, it's like, there is... I mean, I just think about, like, the monks and, like, the different, like, like, older, like, like, old peoples and stuff, just, like, basically just, like, experiment with this without necessarily realizing, like, some of these things a little bit, but, like, experiment with the shit, and kind of figuring these things out that now we kind of have an explanation as to why, we be doing these things. It's just kind of wacky a little bit, just like, oh, it's like, this type of wine is best, for these type of fried foods and shit because of things like goose fat and stuff like that, because it helps, like, clean a palate a little bit. It's like on top of other things, obviously, and it's just like, what the fuck? It's like, just because of, like, a particular type of wine in comparison to, like, a different type of wine, it's like, what in the fuck? I mean, it's like, there really is, like, a legit science, to alcohol, honestly. I mean, there really is. There legit is. Like, I mean, and it's like, it's actually pretty cool. Like, I kind of respect it a little bit. I think my niche for it a little bit is with, like, kind of vodka, whiskey, bourbons, and stuff like that a little bit, but, I mean, especially for wines, I mean, hey, I mean, I respect it, because honestly, that's kind of, like, it's like the oldest drink that people have been drinking for time immemorial.
But they feel bright and pleasant in the mouth and help create the experience of a lighter and fresher palate, if only psychologically. And given that, it's no surprise...
If only psychologically?
French fries and onion rings. All of this makes sparkling wines the classic solution to the fried food and wine pairing conundrum. And all you need to do is adjust the sweetness and the style.
Sparkling wines?
The sparkler to match both the sweetness and the aromatic and flavor profile of the dish you're serving. So to use our Hanukkah dishes as an example, if you're pairing with a latke that's simply seasoned with just salt and pepper, and maybe topped with a little sour cream, then a dry and slightly austere champagne would be great. If you're getting more creative with the seasonings, say celery salt or other aromatic spices, or you're adding some sweet potato or yam to your latke and topping it with some applesauce or some chutney, then you'll want to up your aromatic game with a richer sparkler like a cava, or warm climate California sparkling wine, or some Prosecco or German Sekt, all of which might feature more tropical notes as well as some additional richness over a champagne. And as your dish or its toppings get sweeter, you'll want your sparkler to do the same. And in the case of a very sweet sufganiyat, which is the singular sufganiyot, that's filled with jam or custard, then think about a Moscato d'Asti or a Brachetto d'Aqui, depending on the composition of the filling.
Implying I'm gonna know any of this. Like, think about, like, the Samla Baki and this and that. It's like, yeah, like, I know exactly what the fuck those are gonna, like, be. I mean, it's like, I'm not this much of a wino. I mean, basically, it's like, hey, does wine taste good? Yes, I'm gonna drink it. Like, that's kind of my premise of wine. I mean, I'm not exactly that picky. Like, but, I mean, like, obviously there's a lot of science and sophistication to it, but I'm just about, like, does it taste good? Cool. I'm just gonna, because, hey, if it tastes good, I'm gonna drink it. Because I used to hate wine, but as soon as I started kind of opening up my palate to that type of stuff a little bit by bit, like, I got a little sweet tooth for wine. I guess it wouldn't necessarily be a sweet tooth, but, I got a little palate for it, though.
The gold standard for these kind of pairings? I'm not so sure, and while the bubbles do add a nice touch, if bubbles aren't your thing, it seems to me that high acid whites and reds...
Well, bubbles are my thing, bro. So, yeah.
Aromatic whites and straightforward, uncomplicated reds can be just as effective. Can I get more specific than that? Yep. And for whites, my top favorites would be wines from various parts of the world based on Sauvignon Blanc, with New Zealand Sauv Blancs being a special favorite here, Chenin Blanc, and Riesling. These three grapes are known for their intense aromatic and acid profiles, and the latter two have lots of expressions across the sweetness spectrum available as well. But
Rieslings or Rieslings, those are actually pretty good. I've had those before.
Really, any high acid white with a lot going on in the nose would be worth at least experimenting when it comes to fried foods. How about reds? It's a similar story, and I think that Beaujolais, based as they are on the high acid Gamay grape, really shine as a pairing.
I don't know all these things. I mean, I'm just I'm a pleb in comparison to this. I'm just sitting here like, I recognize the thing too. Red wines, Riesling and Sauvignon Blanc, sparkling wines, stuff. Yeah, that's good. I remember it tasted good. I chug it.
The wine is bright, light, and straightforward on the nose and palate, like high-altitude reds from the Jura, Italy's Val d'Aosta, Germany, and Austria. Why the emphasis on the uncomplicated palate? Well, reds are generally more assertive on the palate than whites are, and you want to make sure that the flavors in the wine complement but don't overwhelm what you're pairing them with. So restraint is a plus here. Also, returning to the Beaujolais concept, light red...
Okay, I get it. I mean, it's basically just like, hey, depending on how you make your, lactose and awesome pastries of dankness and amazingness that I was looking at. I guess depending on how you make those things, there's a very specific particular. Okay, what? No. I'm not that much of a wino. It's like Jesus fucking Christ. Whoa! I just had 4 chats pop up literally all at once. Jesus Christ. They literally popped up at once. It was just spammed at me. I feel like these were all, way before they were meant to show up. Day 4 of Christmas weekend break. I wish I had that, goddammit. I had a 6-day work week last week, and this week, I mean, I don't know how many days I'm gonna have off. And then Saturday is a fucking Christmas Eve, so I have to, wake up early, technically, and then we close early, and it's like, oh my fucking god, I don't want to do that. I feel like I'm about to explode. Popping a bill in paces. I hope this. Okay, I'm definitely gonna put a little note on this, just a statement. How could you say that Nazi Germany was barely an empire when they controlled most of Europe and North Africa at its peak in 1941? Facepalm. I'm gonna facepalm back at this person. Because, bruh, resources were, and the front lines were spread so thin that it didn't even hold on to it for that long whatsoever, and was immediately Ottoman, the German Empire, the Nazi Germany, the Third Reich. Okay, for context, oh my god, I knew I was probably gonna have to do this. Context: which empire is the most evil? Russian, Mongol, British, or Spanish? Obviously I did British, most people did. There's some comment in here. Oh, right here. This one. The only reason people think it's the worst is because it's the largest and most recent. People forget Germany had a, quote, empire in 1941. Go all the way down here, and I say an empire is something that lasts longer than 4 to 10 years, depending on when you count the Nazi takeover, which is more around 33, not 41. Barely an empire at all, Lamau. And it's like, how can you say it's barely an empire when they control most of Europe and North Africa and its peak of 41? It's like, because it would, it's kind of implied it would have, at least, more than just one leader that, massively expanded and then got crushed, very shortly within that time. That's not much of an empire. That's just, mass expansionism that got crushed because resources and manpower got spread so thin because of ideological crusadist, gain and shit. It's not an empire. It was an attempt at establishing of an empire, but it wasn't an empire. It's like, oh my god, what? It's like, the guy's kind of a fucking nub. At least I know what I'm gonna be able to at least, rebut with that, but it's like, bruh. Thomas the Marshall, that's what his name is. It's like, my dude. It's like, there's a difference between trying to establish one and having one. Nazis were trying to establish one. They never had one. Because that was kind of the whole idea and justification for their war effort anyway, was to establish the whole Grand 1,000-Year Reich and the German Empire. That was their whole premise. It wasn't like, oh, they're that now. Like, they were trying to establish that, or I guess reestablish it, and make it more grander than it ever was. So it's just like, that was, it was never an empire. There was an attempt to make it one. I mean, that's definitely true, but was it, like, at all? No. Like, it never became that. It would have had to at least solidified those gains and keep those, you know, for at least, you know, for a couple decades, you know, for quite some time, and establish its grip in those regions. But it never did. It expanded there, held a front line, and stalemated for a minute, and then fucking got crushed over time by 1945. Like, that's what happened. Like, that's not an empire. Like, kind of far from it. Like, England was an empire. Like, the Mongol Empire was an empire. Like, obviously, like, you know, Greece had, you know, I guess, you know, arguably probably multiple empires at, you know, different times. You know, Egypt, like, I mean, these, you know, there's different things that, you know, definitely have, you know, been established as empires for sure. But Nazi Germany, hardly. They tried to establish one, but they never got close. Thankfully. Kingdom of Italy Empire. I mean, even then, barely. In fact, honestly, it was even more pathetic. I mean, that was even more unstable, so that was, like, even farther from, you know, establishment of an empire. Like, Mussolini wanted to do the same thing, but, I mean, he was farther from establishing that than Germany was. Germany at least kind of was able to expand and shit, but not for long. Barely a year. I mean, it's like they held those expansion, like the peak of their expansion was literally held for, like, probably a couple months. Like, at most. At that, you know, beyond that, like, they started losing ground and never gained it ever since, basically. Like, as soon as they started losing ground, they never regained it, you know, by that point, outside of maybe the counteroffensive here and there. You know, it's like, and even then, they would lose that ground pretty much very immediately shortly after that. Like, the whole Battle of the Bulge was an attempt of a counteroffensive by the Germans, you know, back in 44 after the Normandy invasions. And, you know, despite the, you know, the brutal fucking, you know, battle that was and shit, I mean, all in all, like, it never, you know, succeeded. Like, it never really worked. Because whatever counteroffensives, even if maybe in the immediate circumstance they were successful for the most part, it never amounted to nothing. Like, it basically meant fuck all. It was just like basically a way of how can we prolong, you know, their advancement. That was basically as all those counteroffensives were meant to be. Battlefield 1942 had a DLC called Road to Rome, and they added Kingdom of Italy as faction. I remember the, like, complete edition of Battlefield 1942 that you can get, having that. It's pretty fun. I mean, it just adds, like, you know, different factions, some guns, equipment, planes, and stuff. I mean, it adds different stuff. It kind of, you know, it's just one of those things that adds extra variety to it. It just makes the game more replayable and more fun and expansive and stuff. Battlefield 1942 is a pretty fun game. I guess technically when it comes to mechanics and the gameplay and stuff, obsolete, sure, but it's still fun. I like it. It's a fun game. It's kind of what Battlefield 5 could have been. Like, Battlefield 5 could have potentially have been, like, kind of like, not literally, but like a remastered version of Battlefield 1942. Like, it could have been that a little bit. If they just kept investing and developing that game more as they kept adding updates and, you know, progressing, expanding, you know, the different little fronts that they were doing. Like, when they ended with the Pacific, that was just such a fucking disappointment. It's like, man, Battlefield DICE, like, what are you doing? I mean, it's like that game, like Battlefield 5 is so sad, man. Like, that game had a rough start. That game started so fucking rough. It had a peak. Like, there was a point where you know, so many people had like, yo, there's hope for this game. And then like it went up, and then it all crashed because they, you know, after the Pacific stuff and when they finished that shit, they're like, oh, we're done. It's like, what? It's like, what do you mean done? It's like, I mean, you're like halfway through expanding this shit. Like, what the fuck do you mean done? It's like, what? No, it's like, but, I mean, because not only did they, like, miss the Eastern Front, there's the Italian Front, like, they miss all sorts of shit. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? It's like, man, dropping balls left and right, DICE. Which is more or less EA. It's more or less EA's fault, because DICE is owned by them now. So, honestly, I don't really even blame DICE. Like, I mean, I really more or less blame EA for it. Because, I mean, like I said, DICE is owned by them. Anything they put out is under EA's banner. Can we have antitrust laws be enforced again, please? Can we have Teddy Roosevelt, like, be resurrected from the goddamn dead? And yes, I also love Red Orchestra. Red Orchestra is fucking awesome. And, Rising Storm 2. And the first Rising Storm. The DLC for Red Orchestra 2, the Rising Storm one, where it's, like, the Japanese theater stuff. Like, all that shit right there, Red Orchestra, the first Rising Storm, and Rising Storm 2, where it's in Vietnam. Dude, all that shit's fucking... I love it. What, Rising Storm? Dude, yeah, Rising Storm is made by the same developers that made Red Orchestra. Okay, hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna show you some gameplay. Dude, I love Rising Storm 2, and you're gonna... Dude. It's the same thing as Red Orchestra 2, but Vietnam, and helicopters, and awesome shit. Look at this. Look at this shit.
Are they still in the cubicles? Yeah.
Dude, I love this game so much.
Destroyed. They're in the cubicles, and they're still on that second floor on our side.
I'm just gonna stay alive on the bottom floor here.
And our tunnel got destroyed.
Oh, are you kidding? I'm taking so many of them out. I'm just laying at the end of a hallway.
It do be like that.
Oh, the flame troopers range is crazy.
Come on, go. Where did I get shot from?
Like, no, I think the ping's just so bad that, like, when I...
Here, hold on, let's skip over
right
here.
across the road here. In the trees, I just killed one. There's multiples. I think that's what the map said.
They're pushing up on your right through that little hole.
I know this map too.
Rail, but I don't think it showed for
let's
you
do a
guys.
freaking big flank. Let's do... Oh, GI's in the field. Right in front of you, Drew.
I can't see him. I'm going back. Shit.
Oh shit, oh shit.
Got a bandage.
I got him.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to breach it, because I've got a Mosin and a pistol.
Dude, this game's, I mean, it's pretty legit. Well, let's go to this must be played right here.
Like tight-knit trenches and like outpost position in the trenches, and then if you go up top, it's just completely flat.
Yeah.
Oh, I got shot.
We got close air support.
Oh! Huey status.
And we just got hit by
Oh, you might just be stuck.
Oh, I just noticed that we are in an open field. Great position to be in.
We are taking
To be fair,
That boss bone, man, the red flag. Oh, and it's red, white, blue. I mean, like, every now and then when I was playing this game and shit, there would be a few people that would be, like, literally just spamming that song in the mic. Come on, the bone, man, the red flag. Oh, and it's red, white, blue. Dude, like, CCR would be spammed endlessly, honestly. And also Filthy Frank saying, "Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker." Like that soundbite would be spammed endlessly. The Rise of Storm 2 is like a meme, but a fucking awesome game. Like, that's some serious gameplay, but every now and then you'll find a server that has like some memesters on there, and it just makes the gameplay just that much more fun. I mean, I'm not kidding. And some people kind of get into character. So you'll get some people being like, "What's wrong, Jai? Why do you not go home, Jai?" Like, there'll be people unironically doing shit like that. And it's like, okay, you know what? I'll just let it happen. Alright, nice. I mean, you know what? It's like, I'm okay with it anyway. Because, like, hey, yeah, go home, GI. You weren't even meant to be there in the first place. Had a Vietnam DLC. I never played it, but I've seen gameplay of that shit, and that also looks really fucking good. Like, that's kind of what Rise of Storm 2 Vietnam kind of, you know, became a little bit. It became like, you know, like that, essentially, in a sense that, you know, the essence of what, like, you know, some Battlefield Bad Company 2, like, you know, especially the people that played that DLC, like, a lot of them kind of felt like, man, we kind of want that again, you know, but we, you know, it's like no one playing that anymore. And then that came out, and not only did they come back, you know, to play that game, but they also, you know, have been, you know, like, it brought a whole, you know, community from Red Orchestra, you know, from the first Rising Storm game that was the DLC for Red Orchestra 2, and just other people, you know, that came into play. So Rise of Storm 2 has got, like, a pretty big swath community now at this point, and, you know, it's pretty fun. I definitely recommend you check it out. I don't know how much it is right now on Steam, but I imagine it's like probably $20 or something like that. Maybe $15 now at this point. It's been around for a while. Like, they have the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong, obviously, as one faction, obviously. And then you have the Americans, well, obviously. And then they have the Australians, too. And I think they have, well, not just Australians, but like ANZAC forces, basically. But they also, I think, have British, too, I think they recently added. So, they've been kind of adding stuff a little bit here and there over time. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they have, like, technically, like, you know, like, special forces type of things, you know, on either side, you know, being added over time a little bit. Because I know they've been, like, adding bit by bit. What's cool is that I have an East German helmet too. So at least on Steam, my North Vietnamese character, he has an East German helmet on. The M56 or the M56/76 helmet. So, it's like, and honestly, that is accurate too. Like, East Germany did actually basically send guns and ammo and equipment, including different supplies like helmets and stuff like that over to Vietnam during the Vietnam War. So that is actually accurate. Actually, like, every now and then when I look up East German medals or pins, like, every now and then I'll see like an East German slash Vietnam, like, friendship pin and stuff like that every now and then. I'm just like, interesting. I wonder why that came to be. And I don't know if it's true, but I know that there is at least, like, speculation that, like, East German officers from the National Volksarmy, you know, also were part of, like, the North Vietnamese Army. The NVA, helping the NVA, basically. Where they were kind of, you know, collaborating a little bit on top of the Soviets as well. Actually, East Germany was kind of elemental and shit like that a lot more than other Warsaw Pact nations. From my understanding, there was a lot of different East German officers, and I think even like a you know, station of different East German troops that were stationed in, I think, in Angola for a time, helping and training the different forces that were, you know, communist adjacent in Angola and shit, if I remember. So basically, you know, the same shit that the U.S. has done Like, here, we'll send some officers and special operatives, to, like, train, some of these militias and, military troops and shit, in other regions around the world. So, I mean, not really too much different from what we've done, honestly. I mean, West Germany has also done that, too. So, like, both Germanys are kind of guilty of that during the Cold War. What are you doing? Yeah, you, Sukov. What? Yeah, you. What are you doing? Goof. This couple had a baby and their cat took it personally. This cat looks like it's about to fucking, like, destroy and eviscerate this baby. This cat is literally bigger than this baby. Like, the cat's head is straight up bigger than the baby. This cat is going to just... That baby ain't gonna live. That baby gonna be, like, cat food. just looking at that cat. Be like... I could just, like, look at that. I could just tell. That cat is just like... I'm gonna eat that. So what is this? Do I want to eat this? I think I will. The cat's plotting, dude. Cat is plotting and scheming. That's exactly what that cat is doing. See, that's what happens when you have to introduce a cat after you have a baby. Once you have a kid, then you can introduce a kitty. But before then, that cat's gonna be plotting, scheming, because they will take it personally. So, a dog won't really. They'll just be like, "Oh, what is this random another entity? There's another entity that exists. Oh, what is this?" Like, dogs don't really give a fuck. I guess depending on the canine, I guess. But I mean, for the most part, like, they ain't gonna care. But cats, they're gonna look at that and be like, "This is a challenge to my throne." So you better be fearful of them. I mean, you have to kind of have them after the baby's there, because then, at that point, it's already been pre-established, with the hierarchy. But when you add it to the pre-existing hierarchy that cat lives in, that's some bad news. Bad news bears right there. Alright, what is he doing over there? He went off in the corner where I can't see him. Sukov, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Oh my god, of course he immediately walks over here. Of course he immediately walk over here because I reached out for this. Yeah, hi. Sit. Sit. Good boy. Paw. That took you 4 times to give me a paw. Bruh. Are you getting rusty? You sweet little boy. Stay. No, stay. Still. 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 Stay still. Still. Good boy. Didn't move an inch. That's some good stuff. Want to make sure he learns still. Stay still. Good boy. Yeah, good boy. Because he does not know that concept. He needs to learn that concept. Oh, yeah, you're a good boy. Yes, you is. Oh, he's a good boy. Yeah. It's like 10 minutes till the 5-hour mark on the dot. Jesus Christ, I'm out. I've already been going off on. You know what? To be fair, I've been having liquid courage. I kind of figured it would go on for that long if that was the case. Did I just round it up? Or did I say fucking just call good? I guess I'll see if there's something on the 2 that will let me know. And not say much. Vice News is recommending me a video from 2 years ago inside Portland's turf war between Proud Boys and local anti-fascists. Yeah, some nostalgia. Let me have a nostalgia wave from 2 years ago, from back in the day. Yeah, good stuff. I might have a nostalgia wave a little bit. I might check that out. Be like, yep, I remember those days. Dude, those comment sections, on pretty much like every Vice video on the comments, like, dude, especially if you go on newest first. Oh my god, dude, it is so cringe. Top tier cringe right there. Just platinum level gold cringe. I mean, usually the top comments aren't too bad because of like the most liked comments tend to obviously be on the top because of that. So those usually are fine. But even then, if you scroll down far enough, oh boy, it gets a little spicy. And the newest ones especially, like the newest comments on any Vice video, like, oh my god. Vice always attracts that. And I think it's just because every now and then they have like a journalist that is like a little quote-unquote too woke or whatever the fuck. And even then, it's like, I don't see it. Like, yeah, maybe they're not your, like, cut-of-the-middle journalists where, they're, like, very serious or whatever. Maybe they're kind of, like, a little silly or kind of off-the-cuff here and there. But it's Vice News. Like, they've always been like that. They've always been kind of off-the-cuff, and every now and then maybe we'll crack a joke and be a little, like, like, kind of a little unorthodox and shit. They've always been like that. So it's like, I mean, because they're a little quote-unquote too woke for you. It's like, it's a good lord. I just love the right-wingers that just troll Vice News. They're silly. Talking to C's McGee's MC. I'm hella crossfaded. You're crossfaded? Hey, you're on my level. Hey. Because I'm hella crossfaded too. I mean, there's like barely anything left in this last one that I have right here, and I got plenty more weed to smoke. From Logan, you bought joints. Nice. Yeah, I might go back to the paper mill on Tuesday, and I don't know if you might be free that day, but if possible, I'm thinking you might, it'd be kind of cool to tag along to see, the interior of some abandoned buildings and shit. Have you ever done that? Have you ever, kind of like, done urban exploring and shit? Because it's legit fun as fuck. Not a bad idea. Yeah, I'll be going with one of my coworkers. I'd be linking up a fit probably at my store, and then we'd just be going from there. Because some of the paper mill's still there. Like, there's only 2 buildings that they knocked out so far, and the rest of them are still there. So, I mean, there's still plenty to explore. Plenty to explore. There's a lot of, a lot of places to check out. A lot of different rooms that we haven't checked out quite yet. And I know the exact route to get there, and the perfect in and out, too. That's very easy to get to. And also the spot that I've always gone in and out of, it's like wide open, too. So it's like a perfect, like, easy in and out. And honestly, at this point, I don't even think there's like that much security at this point. Like they're used to, but I think it was because of the building that kind of got burnt up, the fuck up at this point. But now that that's gone, I don't think they're there anymore. I haven't, like, we never saw anybody outside of us leaving when somebody else came from the same route that we came through. And it was just like some random dude. Which could have either been like, from what I saw, could have either been like a skater bro, either spray painting some shit, or a skater bro probably doing some drugs. One of the two. Or both. Which, I wouldn't be surprised. But, you know, honestly, all in all, there really isn't, like, any security or anything like that. And honestly, it's kind of, like, interesting to, like, you know, walk that foundation of what used to be that building that were still there, that I did explore at one point, but it's not there anymore. It's kind of interesting. It's like, whoa, it's not here anymore. Man, would you groom yourself? You're so damn loud. Bruh, why are you so loud? Hey, oi. What the hell? Yeah. Bruh. Bruh. What a goof. But yeah, I guess depending on what my availability is on Tuesday, I'll probably most likely be doing that. The only Arm Explorer I've done is the Motorhead ride and the LC Room Rail Bridge. Yeah, well, hey, the paper mill will definitely be a new experience, and honestly, like, I will admit, there's actually just a lot of different entrance points, and there's actually a new one that used to be kind of locked up, but now is actually totally open now. But honestly, well, man, it's kind of a little sketch to get into. So there's like another way to get into, you know, the place, like I said, that's not sketch whatsoever. It's very easy to get into. I mean, it's like a little bit of like climbing a little bit. There's like some rocks and stuff, but I mean, it's not hard to traverse whatsoever. It's very easy to get up and down from. And, but yeah, beyond that, I mean, it's just basically just like entering any of the buildings and just kind of like, you know, just kind of at least being a little quiet, just to kind of make sure that you're not being like, you know, too loud or obvious, and just like make sure the flashlights don't hit the windows so people notice that, you know, from the street, because, you know, the main entrance to the paper mill is like right next to a street, so if you know, so some people could see like some lights, you know, reflecting from those windows and shit. So, you know, it's, you know, like, it's about kind of being a little cautious and stuff like that, but beyond that, I mean, you know, it's pretty safe. I've been there multiple times at this point. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Never been caught, never had any issues, so I've been there at least like, what, like 4 times at this point? 4 or 5 times by myself with different people at this rate. So yeah, been there for Harley, been there for Harley and Metal T, been there for coworker, been there by myself at least 2 or 3 times. So yeah, it's kind of a fun little place to explore, honestly. Boo boo. Look at you. Look at you. Fuck you. Zukov, you sweet little baby. Oh. Here. I'm gonna give him some screeches and loves. I'm just gonna go right on over there. Oh yeah, look at you. Oh, yes, you are. You sweet little baby. Yes, you is. Yes, you is. Oh. Oh, you just a sweet little baby. Yes, you is. Yeah. He's a good little baby. Yes, you is. Yeah. Who's a good little sweet baby? He's a good little baby. Yes, you is. Yeah. He's a good little sweet baby. Yes, you is. Oh, you're such a good boy. Yes, you is. Yes, baby. You little goof. You silly little baby. You just silly little baby boy. We get the U-Boat Captain Simulator game. Is there a game like that? It's Fossil, so yeah. Yeah, sometimes. He's gotten high more so than I've seen him, but Rise of Flight. That's not a U-Boat that's a flight simulator game. Gonna release the salamander real quick. I shall return momentarily, huh? So, oh, now you wanna follow me? You wanna follow me now? Now what's going on? Damn dog. Logan wants you to get a water pipe. Oh, like a bubbler? Or like a straight up bong. like one of these. Get your little what? You don't want to get a little Google Ball right now? I've shown it on stream a couple times before, but my roommate's mom got my little dog this little Giggle Ball, or I guess a little Wobble Wag, which it's Wobble Wag, Giggle Ball. Either way, same difference. Basically, obviously, when you shake it around, it makes a bunch of random noise. It makes all that random noise and shit. Though he goes fucking nuts for it, but he needs kind of an open space for it. He doesn't really get excited for it in here. He does in the house or outside. Like, he goes nuts for this thing. Though it's pretty big, so he kind of has to kind of like clomp it like right here, and it looks like he's holding like a jawbreaker. It's kind of funny. It's so silly. I kind of have a video of him playing with it. You know what, hold on. This fucking thing. Oh, he went right to the chair. It's getting muffled by him sitting on it. Wait, what the hell is this? Is this an alpaca? Is this like a llama? Oh, yeah, here. Oh my god, fuck off. Oh, llama. Llama. What was the other one? Ooh. Damn, that looks nice. That looks like a nice little mini guy. Sea urchin. That looks nice. No, it's like, well, Here, let me see if I have a video of, I know I do, actually. Where is it? Ah, here it is. This fucking thing. This thing's ridiculous. This thing sounds psychopathic. This dog go nut. This mutt goes crazy for it.
Oh my goodness, baby!
It looks like, I mean, look at this little goof. He's just like, look at him. That's how he holds it. And he just has this big ass fucking ball just like protruding out of his face. It's so silly. I mean, he goes fucking nuts over this damn thing. It's so ridiculous. I love it. He's such a little crazy boy. He's such a little crazy boy. Man, what a goof. What a little goof. I mean, the way he has his, just the way he has himself right now. Hey, Zukov, hey. Hey, look at you, boy. He's like, I have to make sure my giggle balls in place. Yeah. He's trying to grab himself, but he has to make sure that he's like, you know, got it wrapped around with him. He's so silly. What a goof. That's like the one toy he legitimately, like, is obsessed with. It's like the first toy in a while where he's legit been obsessed with, and it's like wanting around with him. will admit, I'm glad he does not get, like, psychopathic with that when I'm trying to go to bed, but, man, if he starts doing that and starts trying to, like, play around with that in my room, oh, man, I'm gonna have to start separating that just a little bit. Oh my god. See what I mean? You just dropped it because you don't give a fuck. You goof. You goofball. Honestly, depending on how you shake this, it sounds like existentially, like, disturbing. Oh my god, that sounds terrible. Oh my god. Oh my god, I mean, it just sounds terrifying. It sounds like I'm, like, torturing some baby animal or something. I feel horrible when I do it, but it's so hilarious. I mean, it's a giggle ball, but fuck, I get entertained with this damn thing. That thing is literally Satan. Oh my god, I'm fucking choking, holy shit. Oh my god, I need to breathe. Oh my god, I need to breathe. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm fucking crying my balls off. Holy shit. Oh my god. No. Fuck. Oh my god. I need a tissue. Holy shit. I need some tissues. Oh. Oh my god. The thing is literally insane. Oh my god, what the fuck? I can't even hang with that, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, fucking Christ. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy fuck. I'm like straight fucking crying. Like, oh my god. Like, this is literally like the ball of Satan right here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. I have a little Satan ball. Just a satanic ball, just, you know, not just in my house. I love it. Awesome. Oh my god. Oh, holy fuck. Oh my god. Oh man, I'm broken. I'm just fucking broken. Wait, what's it? Found my, wait, so what's this? Is an Etsy thing? What's this? Wait, what was this thing you were saying? A mushroom glass tobacco pot. Ooh. Yeah, that actually looks pretty dope. This do, if I say so myself, right now it look pretty dope. With that fucking little giggle ball being like a satanic ball, dude. Oh my god, that just, I don't even know why, but that fucking just, holy fuck, that fucking sent me to the depths of just the giggledom. I mean, fuck. Oh my god. I'm just like in a fucking giggle fit. Oh shit. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm still fucking crying. Like, god damn. Ugh, I don't even know. Like, as soon as I saw that, that just fucking, like, sent me, dude. Like, oh my god. I don't even know why. It just, fuck. It just did. It's like a... Oh, man. Holy shit. Oh, my god. Like, I can't even, like, see because my eyes are so watery. Like, Jesus. Fuck. God damn. I really don't even think I've laughed that hard legitimately in a long while. Like, fucking hell. Oh my god. Oh man. Well, my lungs definitely feel like opened up. Oh man, holy shit! I don't even know why that just made me like burst into fucking like tears. But holy shit! I mean, this thing does sound pretty monstrous. So. Oh my god! Okay, I need to put it down. I need to put it the fuck down. Holy shit! Like, it's something like, Jesus. The fucking noises this thing makes. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Like, the noises it makes. It's so, like, it really does sound like a disturbed, tortured demon. Like, fuck. I mean, I love it, though. I mean, it's awesome. It's just... Oh my god, I fucking love it. Oh, what the fuck? Think it's their lead fucking Satan. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. I can't even, like, I can't stop getting teary-eyed. Holy shit. Oh my. Blah, blah, blah. Fucking hell. I mean, that thing is kind of possessed, honestly, now that you think about it. Holy shit. But you know what, I embrace it. I just welcome it. I welcome that, the goddamn thing. I mean, it was a gift to me now, so I've just been gifted the demon. So, you know what, I'm okay with it. I mean, Zuka fucking loves it. So, yeah, fine by me. But, oh my god. I really have not laughed like that in a long fucking time. Oh, holy shit. I kind of like feel like a rebirth. Like, straight up, like, man, my pores, like, oh my god. I need another sip of tea. It's like it was painful, but it was like it was necessary, almost. Because now I just feel sore. I just feel fucking sore. It did not, like, my nose is already, and like, goddamn. I think my eyes are now finally starting to, like, recover now, too. Holy shit. Man. You just, like, there just needs to always have, it just has to be, like, a good fat fucking laugh every now and then, you know? Well, that was, like, nothing. But, yeah. Man, like, a good laugh like that is just always necessary. I mean, especially with, like, bullshit, you know, in the world these days. I mean, there always needs to be a fucking, like, just good fat laugh. You know, just, like, some good, just true, heart-to-heart, honest, escapism. And that was it right there. Who knew that a dog toy, a fucking giggle ball, would be like being literally Satan would be that, but it was. Oh my god. Holy shit. You know what? Whenever I'm about to, whenever it comes to, some of these motherfuckers like Matt Walsh or, the Lips of TikTok bitch or whatever, whenever it comes to it, you know what? I'll just basically use this and just go. I'll just do that. I'll just use this fucking thing. I'll just use this fucking bastard, just shaking vigorously. Because the fucking noises it makes is just fucking ridiculous. Oh my god. That thing is literally Satan. Oh. Oh my god. I mean, it really fucking is. Holy shit. Oh man, oh my, I gotta get my mind off that. Holy shit, my brain just defeated. It can't go nowhere but this. It's nope, this is all we're going. This is all we got. I'm tempted to even make this its own clip in itself. Oh my god. I'm straight dead ass tempted. I don't where did I even go? Oh, there it is. I might just upload it as a separate own little video. And just literally title it, "That thing is literally Satan." That's what I would title the video. I might do it. I think I might. I think on YouTube Studio there's a way to do that. I'm pretty sure. So, oh my fucking god! Wow, I've just truly been defeated in battle. Oh my god! I need all the tissues. Jesus. Ugh. Fucking hell, man. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, I don't even really know where to go from here besides just besides this, because holy shit. So, I think I'll smoke this last bowl and just call good from here, because, we're, I mean, holy shit. Where else to go? I mean, where else is there to go, I mean, this was the peak. We just hit the peak. I mean, there ain't nowhere, this is it right here. Fuck. Jesus Christ. My God. Wow. Oh man, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to go to bed having a perpetual giggle fit until tomorrow. But anyway, I'll call it good, at least for now. Of course, I shall see y'all in that next one. So, toodaloo, and praise Satan.